and gentlemen, Facebook, Instagram, the entire lane of social media is July 26th celebration. The First State Old Timers Sports Association of Delaware, in collaboration with Delaware Liberian Association, present to you and yours Independence Day festivities to begin with Friday, July 25th ball and dinner. Address is 627 Smyrna Clayton Boulevard in Smyrna, Delaware. Doors open at 6 p.m. Admission is $50 flat. Then on Saturday, July 26th, kickball action will bring face to face the beautiful ladies of Invisible 11 versus the talented ladies of Madabaroa. Right after the kickball game, 90 minutes of soccer action will take complete control of the Brandon One Stadium. Invisible 11RE making plans to stop Madabaroa from repeating history. Who's better than the other? Can Invisible 11 sabotage Madabaroa from repeating history? Who owns the first state of Delaware? Well, let's find out. It's going down on Saturday, July 26th. Address is 1400 Fork Road. That's the Brandon One Stadium in Wilmington, Delaware. Doors open at 12 noon. Admission for kids absolutely free. Children is $5. Adults is $10. For more information concerning vendors plus more, give us a call at 267-312-2745. You can also call 484-470-9204 and 215-704-1606. Right after the game is the after party. Hey, come on, come to party real hard. After party address is 2411 Lancaster Avenue in Wilmington, Delaware. Then the cookout follow on Sunday. It's absolutely free to all. The women of Delaware will bring the food as the gentlemen of Delaware. They have agreed to come with the drinks. Come on, ladies and gentlemen. Cookout address will be announced later. Come and enjoy the Liberian 178th Independence Day celebration with the Delawareans in Delaware. I'm His Eminence G. Francis Torgbean. Hey, come on. Meet me in the first state of Delaware, and I'll be glad to meet you.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our Thursday edition of the closing argument. A lot to discuss, a lot of things going on in our country. The nation is progressing when we talk about democracy. Democracy in action. Share the show, call your friends, let them know. We're going to read a statement from His Excellency George Myean. We are former President of the Republic of Liberia. We are going to look at the different newspapers in Liberia, see what's trending on the different headlines. Was this protest a success or a failure? One thing that I know, everywhere I turned, one thing was being discussed, and that was, and still is, the protests. According to my friend, Mr. Costa, when President Joseph Yuma Boyka visited the White House, no matter what happened, whether he was belittled, whatever happened, whatever negativity, he says, Liberia is trending in every direction. So that, according to him, that in itself was a success. So if I'm about to use his logic everywhere I turn, in fact, the president himself was discussing the protest. So that means the protest is a huge success. Everybody is talking about the protest. The president, the former president, the vice president, the lower house, the upper house, market women. People are talking about this protest. We're going to look at some of the pictures trending. One that caught my attention is this one. This poster. The poster said, generator eating more than us. Hashtag enough is enough. That is on the front page of Front Page Africa. Among the sea of signs and slogans, one placard stood out, according to Rodney C. Generator is eating more than us. A scathing reference to Liberia Telecommunication Authority LTA Commissioner, who have come under scrutiny for reportedly receiving hefty sum of money for his generator. Generator is eating more than us. Generator is eating more than us. I want to say kudos to the Liberia National Police. I think they did a great job. I want to say kudos to the planners of this protest. Well organized, well planned, against Mother Nature. It was raining. I love the posters. I love the banners. They even had a section of the protest. They call it Yes Sir. That was hilarious. The lead person would say, Joseph Walker, you are a failure. And the chorus would say, Yes, sir. Quite interesting. You know, things have changed. When we used to protest in the day, you could quarantine, the police could quarantine you, and what happened in Buchanan never gets to Habel or Monrovia until ELDC announces it. That's not the case anymore. Everybody is a journalist in Liberia. If you have a phone, even if you can't write, but you can talk. Even if you reach 4 people or 5 people, that's a conversation, that's a crowd. This is why our leaders have to be cognizant of their surrounding. Let me welcome the young man on the ground, our investigative journalist, Myean D. Torgbean.
Exactly.
That's correct. Truth FM 96.1.
Yes.
All over the country. We are dialoguing with the young folks on the ground who are being affected positively or negatively by the economy, healthcare, transportation, you name it. They can attest as to what's happening. Maya, how you doing there, young man?
I'm doing great, Mr. Gamer, and I must admit, today it seems to be like a tough day for us, the media, where we had some tough time today reporting. Just imagine some of us woke up around 5 to 6 a.m. This morning. Like I was on the show by like let me just say about 12 to 1 o'clock, and then leaving from the studio to wake up 6 this morning. It was very hectic for me, and not just waking up, but also make my way at the Capitol building, where today we saw that protester. It took like up to 9 to 10 o'clock before we saw protesters coming outside, and also it was very hectic for we the media, and most especially we that were covering the entire match from Pinsville all the way to Capitol building, where we wanted our viewers, our followers to know what's exactly happening. Wanted to make our viewers to follow the actual information from wherever they were watching the live happenings of the protest today. So, Mr. Gaiman, just a welcoming, and I will try to give the headlines for today, but just this is just a welcoming for me, because I came from town somewhere around 6 to 7 this evening, where we have a huge downpour of rain. For us to get a vehicle or even motorbike, it was very hectic for us. It was tough for us. We ended up walking under the rain to come all the way around the 12th Street area, where we could find back 3 persons, 3 media colleagues. We got on back to make our way around the ERW area, and then everyone were able to find their way out.
Excellent. We were following you guys, and some of us that got smart TV, you can split the screen. You can have several screens on. So we were watching it from different. We're watching you, and then we're watching the Liberian investigative journalists. We're watching Front Page Africa. We're watching everybody that we're following, and great coverage, young man. You did an excellent job. But there were some posters that the whole world were looking at, watching, and I will show you one here, Myean, but I think this one took the cake. If you, I know you're doing something, but it says.
Yeah, I have that poster. Let me try to put that poster
Put
on.
that poster up. It is one that caught the whole world's attention. The generator eating more than us. Ladies and gentlemen, share this show. Clear Destiny E.K. Seaton as a political commentator and a senior national international media follower. I am following from my District 4, Maserati County. Thank you very much.
Interesting that photo you are showing. I'm the one who did that photo.
Oh, that you did?
Photo, yeah, I'm the one who did that photo.
Well, guess what? You're gonna win. You're gonna win. What we're talking about, Pulitzer Prize. You will win it. This is awesome.
Yeah, I'm the one. This is the photo.
That's correct. And that young lady is centerfold. She's right in the middle. Whoever she is, she's in the right spot at the right time. And the generator is eating more than enough. Hashtag enough is enough. That particular poster is trending. And the first thing I saw this morning when that girl lifted that, I called my daughter. I said, come and see something. She said, that's excellent. This is when it says a photo speaks maybe, I would say, a million times. This is it right here. This particular photo have put the LTA manager maybe in the Guinness Book of Record. Because this is not going away. This is not going away. This is awesome. It's on the front page of the newspaper. Yes, it's on the front page. As it reads here, front page Africa reads, generator eating more than others. We're going to read this over and over for those of you who are just joining us. And the inscription reads, among the seas of signs and slogan, one placard stood out, according to front page Africa, and it says, generator eating more than us. A scathing reference to the LTA commissioner who have come under scrutiny for reportedly receiving hefty compensation while most Liberians struggle to afford food and basic electricity. Generator eating more than us. Let me say hi to Robert Bro. Thank you to the Closing Argument family for doing an excellent job to date, for bringing us the full play-by-play. Excellent. And we got Orita Wleto. She's watching. We got Casey Johnson. Good evening. How are you, Closing Argument family? There you go. I am Casey Johnson watching you from a cotton tree, Lower Magibi cotton tree. Welcome to my folks from Cotton Tree when I'm on my way to Buchanan. I love stopping by Cotton Tree. And I stop by Cotton Tree, all the things that I miss. The folks will bring corn, they will bring everything to the car, and you stop. You can buy anything you want to eat. Elvis Morris from the great state of Minnesota of 10,000 lakes. Thank you for tuning in. We have, this is Elvis, one of the most brilliant young men, young minds. Excellent, excellent. Let me welcome the greatest writer, the ink man.
Truth in ink, truth in ink.
That's correct. I call you the ink man. Yep. When I did my first political, I would say, involvement in the United States on Capitol Hill.
Okay.
The late R.C. Hastings told me, he said, Mr. Gamer, if you go into politics, you have to learn one thing. Do not argue and do not fight with journalists. He said they buy ink by the barrier and paper by the ton. He said, so they won't start writing and the paper won't finish, so the ink will not dry.
The ink can never get dry as long as there is a sea water, there's a sea, the ink can never get dry.
The ink will never get dry, and they will write on anything, paper, they will write on the tree, they will write on anything they can put something in the word and say, so never argue with the journalists or the media.
Don't do it. You can't sustain our fight.
No, he said they buy ink by the barrier and paper by the ton. So if you in it for a long haul, they will get drowned. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Peabody, how you doing there, sir?
I'm doing well, sir. I'm doing very well. Good to see everybody. Good to see everybody. Good to see you, Oliver Gilman. Good to see you. What's the man?
Stephanie?
Our most prolific journalist, Myean, and also Stephanie. Good to see you, Stephanie. Good to see you guys.
Peabody, my man. Every time I see Peabody, my man, I'm reminded about that. His the daughter's graduation, my man. Beyond the camera, my man, Peabody is a boogie dancer, my man. The man.
They let devil business.
They make it better, my man. I said, oh, but they revenue. I need to be connected to the revenues on weekends, my man.
Listen, the Bassa people, ain't not see the Bassa devil dance? They let dancing. We love party. We are just happy people. We love to party. So can you take that Myean? Can you take Elvis? Or let me see. There you go.
Yeah.
So put our photo back up. I think this photograph should win the Pulitzer Prize.
I'm the one who did that photo. I'm the one who did that photo.
They say Myean was the one that did our photo, and it's trending on all the paper. This is Front Page Africa front. It says here, generator eating more than us.
Yeah.
Hashtag enough is enough. Hashtag. That's what we are talking. We talk about photojournalists. Yeah. Photojournalism. When they say a picture speaks louder than words. This is it right here. This particular photo is trending. Whoever did that, and it turned out that our own journalists did it. You see what we are saying? When you invest in young folk, you invest in the future. This is what we are talking about. This is journalism at its best. In the United States, when you go to journalism school, you specialize. Some folk do exactly the photojournalism. They don't want to be in the picture. They don't want to write, but their photos will tell you the story. Yeah. And this particular story, this particular photo says a whole lot. And the young lady who held that photo is in the middle. In the middle of the shot. I think this particular photo of hers, she will marvel it, she will keep it, she will give it to her children, and it go down in generation. It will go down in generation. That is a perfect shot. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for tuning in. We have our platform. We are going to open our phone line early today so we can hear what is happening. And Mr. Ink, the Ink Man.
Yeah.
And I'm going to quote Henry Costa, when the president was here, and I'm going to say this throughout. So bear with me. If you are just joining us, welcome to the closing argument of our Thursday edition. I will call this edition the protest edition. We will dissect the protests, pros and cons. We're going to do that. But before we go to do that, the young men the picture you're looking at, these young folks that are working on this, they are in the studio, they are working for us. Today was a very challenging day with the weather. It was raining, no traffic, no transportation, but they were able to give us all angles of the protests.
Yeah, they did a wonderful job. Yeah.
So this is what we are saying. They deserve a better 26 from us.
Yep.
This is our Cash App.
Yep.
Please donate. Cash App, $ TCA 2500. If you want to do Zelle, area code 856-676-5136. Let's do it for our young folks on the ground, people who are doing the job. And I can tell you your investment. Look at this photograph done by our young journalists. If you thought your $100 or your $50 or your $25 was going in vain, look at this photograph. It's on the front page of Front Page Africa. This particular photograph was selected by most of the newspapers to carry. And guess what? It came from this studio. The young man you're looking at there, Myean did this. I would nominate you for a Pulitzer Prize.
Yeah, he did a good job. You know, Mr. Gibbon, let me just a few people gave last night.
Okay. Please send me the list so I can call them and thank them.
They gave. I'll send it to you. But they gave last night. So we still, what we think is I think we can do just. We want to do at least $2,000 for for the 26 guys.
Okay, guys. I'm from Liberia. I know about pledges. I'm not discounting pledges. Do we have any pledges?
No, we didn't include it in the game.
No, I want you to tell me, do we have any pledges?
The only person that pledged was Abu for $40. I think somebody else pledged $100. Myean, did you guys get $100?
From who? From whom?
Okay, you didn't get it because if you had gotten it, you would have said it. So.
Oh, okay. No, not yet. Tomorrow he said we should meet him.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
Okay, so we are talking about we got pledges of $140.
Yeah,
that's good. Excellent. Let me work on the chief. You see, the guy it's a salute to Joseph Worker. He wearing Joseph Worker hat today. Chief, are you doing that? Are you doing that, Chief? Welcome.
Yes, man. It's good to be on a closing argument today. It's just wonderful to be on a closing argument. I want to say thanks to our guys, Myean, Samson, you guys. I'm getting a lot of commendation about you guys' performance today. You guys did an extremely wonderful job today, and in fact, because of that, the person said we shouldn't call their name. The person said they'll be sending something to the Cash App because they were impressed. You guys are on top of your games, and I want to recognize you guys in the public manner. In fact, last week, the closing argument, every week, the executive mansion, they gave what they call recognize the top media for the week. And last week, the closing argument won that title. The top media for the week was won by the closing argument on the executive mansion, recognized for it. So let's continue to give our guys all the kudos and thank them so much. They are doing a wonderful job. You guys are expanding our horizon and making us to be well known. I got a lot of calls today. I was in some training today, but I kept getting calls coming in. But one call that I got today that was very, very interesting was, I won't call the name of the person, but the person worked with the government. They said, look, honestly, the protest was successful.
Of course.
They say, for the fact that all things were done to thwart these guys' protests, using some media went against them. But he said the president was told tonight that you should not ignore what you saw today. Even though you're making fun about somebody, I think one of the placards was wrongly written. Somebody said Boga can't lie, and then he used it to make fun out of it at the book launch he was doing today. Mm-hmm. But somebody's advisor told him today, said we shouldn't overlook what we saw today. Just imagine what the guys went through today to get to that point.
Yeah.
And for the fact that since we took power, that the first times they have been challenged to the extent by protesters. All the protests that have been happening have not reached the number they reached today. So the people really, if anybody tell you that the protest was unsuccessful or it didn't shake the government, the person that they are living in a fantasy world, because they actually moved the needle today. And I heard Malu, in fact, hopefully, the chairman of the protest should be making a statement tonight on the closing argument. Hopefully, a live statement. Hopefully, he should be making a statement live on the closing argument to address the nation through this point. But it was successful, and make no mistake, we've had some people didn't go to work today. Businesses were closed today, and so if anybody thinking that the protest was unsuccessful, they are just not living in a real world. We all saw it today, and people were moved, and they realized that they got to do something. And one of the persons said that they had legitimate concern. The protest has some legitimate concern. There are certain things they said they just was unreasonable, but some of the demands were very legitimate. And so, again, that's the right of the people to express their concerns through the elected representatives. So make no mistake. And I saw something. Look, our people are cowards. And when it's in your interest, if somebody in your interest, they will defend you. Some of them were making some comments today, and they support the protest initially, but because when they certain things were happening, it's like writing different comments, changing the comments, and so forth. And that was sad. That was sad. But again, Stan organized the protests. They came through, and they shook the city today. Make no mistake. And the government, I want to congratulate the police force for being very responsible today. And there was no major confrontation with the protesters that could have escalated. And and to proportions that we wouldn't have help us at all. But the world watched the protest, and it's on international wires, so people should not take it for a joke. And that caption, I saw it from my brother Patrick, but that was hunting for a long time. That caption where you guys showed today, it was hunting for a long time. It's not a good thing to see international wires, people seeing it. People can investigate. What are you talking about generators now? They're going to start asking questions. Why my generator live and benefiting more than us? So people got to take it serious. So again, Myean, Samson, you guys did extremely well. You guys, hat off to you guys. Kudos to you guys. Keep on the good work on a difficult circumstances you guys are going through, but yet and still, there are some good people that are still helping you guys. The people, our closing arguments, our listeners, our viewers who watch the show, they have been contributing. Some of them, and it's anything, it's voluntary. $5, $10, $20, whatever you got, send it in. We appreciate it today, So you guys need it, they deserve it. Let's help them. Only twice a year we come to you guys to help our guys. July 26th and Christmas, anytime we come to help you guys, but most of the time, the panelists and others take the burden and carry on. You guys, they did the best today. Well, since this morning, I ran about, while we were sleeping, around about 3 o'clock in the morning, we were sleeping, the guys were already up while we were in our beds. They were already up in the streets and trying to bring me alive. And I want to say thank you. I was somewhat through, but I couldn't even check as I looking. When I people on Facebook, I say, wow, this isn't getting serious, And later on, they try to do all kind of stuff today, do AI stuff to make it appear like it wasn't real. Another one they try to do, I hate to say, was that old protest the views were giving, and just to honor mine. But at the end of the day, they did what they had to do. Imagine had they not done all of these things to thwart their protest, the numbers would have been maybe triple. Who knows?
But listen, the weather. Can you imagine these people brace the weather to do? If you think you want to know the success of this protest, look how the government responded. And I'm going to show you another photograph that's trending on the wires. Is this one? Look at this photograph. It says Capitol Hill sealed off with barbed wires. This is from the Liberian police. The Liberian government, they barbed wire themselves. If you want to know how important it is whether you have success, look at what these people did to themselves. They built a barbed wire around themselves and they imprisoned themselves. This is what anyone tells you that the government did not get the attention. This is what is trending in another newspaper. It says Capitol Hill sealed off with barbed wire as police braced for the 17th protest. This is the Liberian police. I think if you can get the police chief here, you got to get him back here. We're thanking him. Okay? All that stuff he was doing that we told you about the intimidation, it doesn't matter. This is what we are talking about. Honorable Police Chief, you did an excellent job. This is what professional police is all about. It is not about giving 10 push-ups, going in the neighborhood and scaring people. And even my Muslim brothers, they were sending me stuff like, Jesus wept. Oh, you're going to Jesus wept and all that stuff, that somebody's going to die. And so these are the intimidating tactics that the police were using that actually had no impact. The folks were resolved. But that as it may, the police chief, I know you were watching. We want to thank you. We want to thank you for the preparation. We want to thank you for the professionalism. We're working together. And we say level-headed people got together. The people had their protests. You protected them. You protected the country. And that's what counts. The messages went out. People expressed themselves. You did your job. We didn't see blood all over the place. The shooting that people thought was going to happen. Definitely Jesus is now weeping today because several people got killed. So all of those tactics, like I said, the trained police officer number one job is to de-escalate, prepare and de-escalate. You did that. with the exception of this other one on the front pages of another paper, and I will do it here. This is from Front Page Africa. It says here, Monrovia City Police open a casket as protect checkpoint, sparking outrage for the bereaved family. They opened the casket. Mr. Ink, I've seen a lot, but this one,
yes.
This is when we're talking about folk running from their own shadows. This is it. Yep. The police opened a casket with a dead person in it. Wow. Stefanik, you're here. Your take on what's happening. I mean, we're going to open the line later on, but I can tell you, you say kudos to the guys who did the planning. You can say kudos to our Liberian journalists, those who are actually neutral. And we want to say kudos to the government for planning effectively. It was a win-win for everybody all around. And I have to give it to the police, I have to give it to the government, and I have to give it to the planners. Your take?
So yes, first I just want to thank the Liberian people. You know, I just want to take my hats off to them. You know, it's tearing because you know, over the last 12 to 15 months, we have cried over what was happening in the country. Look, it wasn't only because we thought things were hard. It was because we thought that the issue of the rule of law was being undermined. And like I said over and again, I've been around power and I know how power can consume people. And so when that precedent is established, that the rule of law can just be ignored, I was afraid that eventually successive governments could even do worse. And so today, I'm just excited that the Liberian people could convey a message that, look, you have won an election. You had a victory, but you did not conquer the land. Neither do you own the country. Your stewardship is to guard, is to lead the country to meet up with aspiration of the people. But what we saw happening, can you imagine? Let us sit back for once, all of us, adults, educated people, many civilized society, and just imagine for once when there is no respect for the Supreme Court of our country. Just imagine what will we have. With all the bullets shooting, that a president can think that he can disregard the Supreme Court. Let us for once think what that means to us in the future. And so today protests, if they achieve nothing, but at least we know it send a message to the ruling party that, hey, you just don't have a blank check to do whatever you think you can do. And so we thank the Liberian people so much for coming up. And I must say to you, I'm also so happy that today's protest, we would have welcomed them, but I'm happy they did not include or was not swayed by the presence of political leaders of the likes of Musa Belete, George Weah, Alexander Comey, Ure, and other people. I'm happy they weren't there. I'm happy that the protest reflected the people themselves.
Excellent.
I'm happy that it was not one driven for political ambition. Like, okay, we want to do it because we want to resuscitate a dying political ambition. We wanted the people to speak. That is why the picture you highlighted, that is why it is trending. The picture summarizes the entire feeling that a generator is living better than human being. Huh? That is not political. That is not a party line. That is what the people in the country feel. That's what the people think. The man in West Point believes that Patriot Honor generator is better care for than him. The man in Southern West, so it is the man in Broad Street, every part of the country, believes that the generator of Patriot Honor lives a better life than they do. And so they went on the street and said, no, it's unfair. And so we think that is the definition of what the protest achieved. And that's why it was. And now we have said, and let them put it on record, and don't take it for a joke. In 14 days, which starts today, we shall go back to hear the response from the president.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Honorable Pewee, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be on the show this wonderful evening. I'm elated and I'm happy to see that democracy is at work in the Republic of Liberia, and at least the people can now move on to push a call as per the constitution of our country instructed. The constitution is there to set up the government and to put into place the way forward. So I think it was a great day today, both for every Liberians, that those that and we share the sentiments of those that are struggling in the country, that are out there to express their concern to the government, and every responsible government. I will hope that this government will listen. Every responsible government will listen to the view of the people, because the voice and the cry of the people is a sign that the supreme being on in this war is not happy. So I think the president may have taken other leap today in terms of playing, I don't know, it's mockery of trying to caricature the entire thing about some of the protesters. But I hope that he be the leader that we know, that to listen and begin to take some tangible steps in those directions that the protesters were calling him to. For instance, he should not be. I don't intend to see him insensitive, and and this is the hypocrisy of Liberia. Yesterday, when it came to people like the senator now you showing on the screen here, when he did it, he went all over the place showing lights and the rest of that. He protested. It was the time today. But I'm just quite, today when the protest started, quickly, Gaiman, you will permit me, before the morning hours, other folks believe, and I think Costa shouldn't have been the one talking about this protest. It's wrong. Costa should declare his intent as to where he is.
We know where he is.
And support the government. Yeah, we know that. But he should start to, he lost his political relevance in Liberia for some time. He's trying to regain it. We know he has to do those things. But to come out and say at this time the protest, people supported you. If you didn't want to support the protest, shut up. Just shut up and let those that are moving on to protest move on to protest. But I thought he gave the protest more steam today when he said this. People started to come out. Imagine his time of a protest was not the same today. Today there was an extraordinary downpour of rain. An extraordinary downpour of rain. To this protest, there was no money coming from outside in all of them. Nothing whatsoever, like as compared to him. And for him, almost all of the political leaders at the time, the communists, they pumped some money in the protest, pulling people here, then, all of them. I think, and he should just keep quiet, and if you want to do business, go and do business. And instead of, he gave the protest mostly. The same when he went to Guar, most of the Guar supporters again back out. Probably one of the reasons we didn't win elections, right? So you will have to give some time and allow the democracy to move. If you want to be a businessman, go do business, or you want to, don't be afraid to tell us you support this regime. You started before, but you just slipped. It is because of the huge way you slipped. So you try to pretend you don't. No, tell us like we understand. Oh man, Georgia, oh man, go back and be the loudest surrogate of the government. Let's be proper in that manner. Instead of coming up, the kind of a scripted hypocrisy that we're seeing around, we have to stop and allow the people to move on with their protests and other things. Oh, but this time, our time, no, come on, your time, other people support you, support them. It's about time you support them, or you be on the other side. And you say, but I think if Kia is not taking it, his move to push the government will push more people against the government. That's my fear. So I hope that he just remain quiet and do the raffle thing, but just remaining quiet and allow other things to unfold. But today, the protest to end here gained more steam immediately when he came out with the kind of a, I don't know, quite a liberal message, Jedi talk. Yes.
Who else we have there? We have Chief, the ink. Here what we're talking about hypocrisy at its highest level. Look at my brother from Grand Bassa County with a bigger light bulb in his left hand, and he had the support of Joseph Yuma Boakai, Beneno Uri, Alexander Cummings, Nyobli Kanga. He had the CPP, Musa Ability. He had the entire apparatus of the Liberian opposition. Today, the reason I put this picture up is the protests today were basically faceless. There were no George Weah. There were no the Vice President Madam Joel Taylor. There were no Cummings. There were no Uri. There were no Yeka Koluba. There were nobody. There were no ability. There were no ability. So these people came out and did what they did against all the threat. In fact, people said this protest put so much money into the economy because they were buying off almost anybody that they could see. And yet and still, you saw what they pulled off. I mean, this is amazing.
So, Gayman, when Molu came to the U.S., at the time I was in a hospital, and we were looking at the option because let me just go back a little bit. We are engaged the government through its different highlighting issues that were wrong. We documented these things. We had a meeting with a couple of them. We laid them down, provided them suggestions and recommendations. We said we're coming from the background that we have just ran a government that made some mistakes. And so we know mistakes when we see one. You people are doing the same mistakes. These, we listen to them. For almost 6 months, we provided our consultation and recommendations. So fast forward, Molu came over to the States. After a month, we concluded that apparently that seemed to be the only language that Boakai would not listen to. We must protest against what was happening. But then the condition was that if we were protest, then the protest must be reflective of the people themselves. It must not be politically driven. It must have no undertone of any political person. It must have no undertone of any political leader. It must have no media influence. We must go into the community. The people themselves must organize themselves. The people must organize a one-to-one something. We will not use the media as something because we wanted to reflect the genuine happening. Because if the protest does not reflect the genuine happening in the country, then we thought there was no need to do one. Considering that, of course, CDC had just left power 2 years. So we say if there should be protest that we will lead, then it must be a protest that reflects what the people truly want. That is why you will notice our protest never used a lot of airtime. It was not on the radio. It was not on a different talk show. No. We thought that it should go in the community. So what we did, we told the people, if you want protest, organize yourself. And so in the different communities, they organized different meetings. All they did was invite Molu to speak to the meeting. All they did was invite Molu to speak to the meeting. Thereafter, we established a secretariat. What the secretariat did was to compile the different grievances from different sectors. As the other day, you had the motorbike people, yeah. So it was a combination of the different sectors, the different people. The Cape Man people had issue with the money concession there. So those are the people of Nimba. So we wanted a protest to reflect that, and indeed it did. Now, on the contrary, if the president thought he was mocking the protest by what he did, no, he was going to show his own simplicity. He was going to show his own insensitivity. He was going to show indeed that how power can corrupt people. How sometimes power makes even the wisest among us stupid. How can the president respond to a group of people, even if there were 20 that says we are suffering? How can the president respond to them and say they are stupid, they don't know how to spell? Then don't he need to then call his education minister and say what's happening? It only shows how power can corrupt people. He wasn't mocking the protester. He was displaying his arrogance. He was displaying the arrogance that have grabbed the United Party. And of course, let's be honest, generally, that's what power does. It makes the wisest stupid. Is that how the president will respond? Even though he absconded from job today, he did not go to work today, and he took pay. He stayed at his house all day until 5 o'clock when the protest was almost over before he came out and sneaked his way at the Ellen Johnson Sirleaf complex. He didn't go to work today, and then you call it and say people can spell. That's arrogance. That insensitivity is a mockery to Joseph Boakai. It's a shame on the president of our country to call people who turn out under the ring, just as he walked in Pupu water the last time. The people did the same thing, telling him that you went under Pupu water to be elected. We're not coming under the same Pupu water to tell you you have forgotten the reason why we put you in office. And then his response is that there's something. That's good. What he has done again, like Costa did, he has thrown more firewood to the fire. They continue to ignite it. They continue to just get the people angrier. So it's fine. We will see what happens in 14 days. If the thing we're joking, we'll see. Look, let me tell you something. If the government think that they will run this thing with arrogance for the next remaining years of the 30, we all will be in it. It's not going to be a lane now. It has started. It will be like this for the next 30. Let it continue. Every other day, we give them 14 days, the president will respond to those demands. Other than that, we'll come up with more demands, wider protests, and unspecified consequences.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just tuning in, I am Jerome Gaiman. I am the host for today. And with me is the chief himself. The chief is here. Then I have the ultimate diplomat is here. We have the ink man. Like the man told me on Capitol Hill, do not argue with the press. They buy ink by the barrier and paper by the ton. So I usually stay away from these guys. I don't argue with them. Let me welcome Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell, welcome. How you doing, sir?
Lofa say y'all got new phase of the protest now.
You got what?
I seen a post from Lofa Julius. It's as for 12:43 p.m. Eastern today. Kehleboe is no longer the face of the July 17 protest. He's not being replaced by Emery Benson. So the protest. Let me ask Emmett, do you have any knowledge of that?
Well, the truth is that the protest never had a leader.
Okay.
Molu might have been an organizer, I might have been an organizer. The protest was the protest of the people.
Of the people, okay.
So Molu, great, nobody takes leadership of that because, look, the hunger that the man in Westland feels is different from the hunger that Molu may feel, and so vice versa. We were expressing frustration. You understand? So there isn't a leader of that protest. The protest is.
I just see, maybe it may just be his opinion, but I think a post from here.
Yeah, I mean, so at this point, anybody can claim leadership. Anybody can claim the face. Anybody can claim. But I don't think the people of Liberia, the people who stood up in the ring, represent the face of the protest. But anybody can claim to be the face. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just come into the show, I'm Jerome Gaiman. With me is the chief, Tomalin George. He's here and he paid tribute to Joseph Boakai. He wearing Joseph Boakai hat. When Boakai came to the States, he autographed that hat and gave it to Tomalin. That's what I'm hearing. I'm not sure, but it's autographed by the Pape. Pape gave it to him.
See Tomalin had an interview with Costa and Ben in the Olusu or Olu studio. The boy, the way he talking this time, I said, I need to go visit my friend. I said, what happened?
That's right. He's all right. And I have with me the ultimate diplomat, Mr. Pewee is here. And just joining the show is our friend and brother from the state of 10,000 Lakes, Minnesota. Mr. Russell, how you doing there, sir?
I'm doing okay, sir. I'm fabulous. Great to be on the platform and great to be here engaging you all and communicating with our folks back home who are viewing this on their laptops and their cell phones and television sets, and also listening to us on the radio. So it's always a pleasure to be here and share our perspective with the rest of the folks back home.
Great. I take out my hat today to the police chief, the Liberian National Police, the Liberian government, the Liberian people. It's a win-win when we talk about community policing. I think we saw an excellent community policing today, where it was more of a de-escalation than provoking. The police won, the community won, the people won, and Liberia won. This is what we are talking about when we say we need professionalism in all spheres of our government. Today, we take up our hats for the men in blue, men and women in blue. The intimidation tactics and all that was not called for. I like what one of our own, I'm a Republican, obviously, so I like to quote Republican generals. The former defense minister, he says, whenever you are in doubt, rely on your professional training. Your professional training. You will never go wrong if you have your professional training as a fallback, as a default stand. Rely and trust the process, your professional training. There's a reason they call it operating operating standard, right? There is a standard operating procedure, and there's a reason why that is put into place. It has been researched, it has been tried, and they call it best practice. Police going in the street and giving 100 push-ups and doing all that is not part of the standard operating manual. Community policing is, dialogue is, and today you could see that there were no major default or major fault on the part of the police and the citizen. Everybody did their job, and it's a win-win. This is excellent. So if the police chief is listening, we have to give it to him. His men and women did an excellent job today. And I know, Russell, somebody you come out, you think we're beating up on the police because they do some wrong, some stupid stuff. But today they were on the A game, and we have to give it to them. Mr. Russell, it's all your. Tell your homeboy over there, Mr. Coleman, you hit it out of the park.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
So did you talk to the Upper Coleman?
Yeah, my cousin from Up River.
I mean that as far as I know, that man is from the great state of Grand Bassa County.
But Upper River boys there too.
We're all River people. We're from Upper Canada,
Indana, across the Atlantic.
We are surrounded by rivers and oceans. We'll call ourselves all River. Yeah, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Well, we're not surprised by this performance. We've been telling you all this a long time. That the new leadership that we have at the National Police is a leadership of professionalism, is the leadership of accountability, is ensuring that the rule of law is adequately and equitably enforced. So we saw that on full display today. I think it's a very successful event that went on there today. People have the right to demonstrate and protest. Even in this country, in my state, I mean, people are protesting every day. They are exercising their rights to let their voices be heard. And as long as those things are done, they are expressing their grievances or their concerns or whatever it may be in a peaceful manner. It's not a problem. I mean, we welcome that, especially for those of us who are in public service or have been in public service and still have a great appreciation for people who are sacrificing their lives, especially the men and women of the Liberia National Police. They're out there sacrificing themselves, sacrificing their lives for very little pay. So it's a true service. and you know, and so they, you know, they held the line. You know, it was very admirable. I mean, the way that they perform is because of the leadership that we have there at the Liberia National Police. You know, we have a fine gentleman there who is not only does he have a professional, you know, heart, but he has a compassionate spirit and well trained from the great Harvard University. So we're not surprised. I mean, for those of you who are surprised, you know, I mean, welcome. Welcome to.
Let me hold you to that. Leadership. Okay, now you believe that the closing argument will hold you responsible if you do bad, and they will praise you when you do well. Now you believe what we were saying.
It's not a matter of believing what you always say. I don't know what. No,
not me. I mean, I'm talking about the platform. We're holding our leaders because I'm saying this because when they raided the CDC compound, it was the same man that you said went to Harvard. When they were shooting the people at King George, it was the same man that went to Harvard. When we were talking about police officers doing push-up, the lady doing that grotesque kind of thing, and the guy singing those terrible songs, it was the same man. So don't go there. Let's just take it for what it is. Praise the man for what he did today, and then hopefully it continues.
No, but I'm not going anywhere. So I don't understand why you're getting all animated about being laying out what the man has always been.
I want to be balanced. That's what it is.
No, but I mean, you can't tell me, you know, how to convey my perspective and my experience, you know, working with the Liberia National Police and the fine officers there, and I've seen what they've done. Yes. Are there mistakes? There are mistakes. I mean, even here, the Brooklyn Park Police, I mean, we do have some mistakes here and there, but I think the good that the Liberia National Police, the good that they do far exceeds all of the bad, and everything is being politicized. It's not an easy thing. It's a very difficult position that they're in, you know, enforcing the law, as you know. You know, whether you want to accept it or not, whether you want to agree or not, this is not, this is not to come across sounding disparaging in any way, shape, or form. But we are a very lawless society. You know, we're very lawless, and it's very difficult. You know, I mean, you see people are attacking the police, they're beating the police, they're doing all kinds of things to the police. For what? For only enforcing the law. That even the people who make the laws, they are the ones who are notoriously violating the law. So you know, so so when they do good things, you know, yes, we should say it. I mean, true. When they go awry, and go off tangent, we should call them out equally so.
But Game, I agree with you that I think the focus of what happened today should be commended on the basis that even the protesters help or compare the police too. But to think that it was some extraordinary, because of an extraordinary leadership by the Liberia National Police, that's not true. Because just a few days ago, a few weeks or months ago, that very police were beating lawmakers at the Capitol building. As you rightly said, so at what point do you become? At what point now the leadership skills become useful? Is it at some time? It was just because.
Ahmed, let us focus on today.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying today at the protest.
Excellent work.
So we saw the protester compel the police to uphold the rule of law. And as such, they were able to, because they had no choice. They had no choice but to respect that. The protesters were very respectful. They were orderly.
We understand, but we still got to give him credit. Let me welcome my brother here. He's looking at his gadget over there, counting his money. Every time I see the guy, he counting money. Don't be crazy, he's counting money every day. Garguah, how you doing there, Chief?
I'm excellent. My elderly pastor brother, I'm okay. I'm fine. Thank you so much.
Your take on the protest today? I know you follow it. We've been looking at some of the photos. One that is trending internationally and nationally is this one. It says here, the generator eating more than us. And guess what? That particular poster was done by the young man on the screen there called Myean. Myean did that. And that iconic. You know, when you in the world, in world geography, world history, world sociology, the social psychology of photographs, like the few men holding up in Saigon, few men holding up the United States flag, or in Vietnam, the young girl that was burned for the napalm, or the young man being executed with a gun to his head. The iconic photograph stays with you for the rest of your life. This one, Maya, if you had a chance, please put that photograph back up. It says generator eating more than us. Hashtag enough is enough. Hashtag. Let me go to Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody. Brother Garguah, you were in flight. I'm sorry. I want you to comment on the visual first. Then we go to the protest and the organizers, the government, and this is the iconic photograph that is trending all over the place. Your take, Mr. Garguah.
Well, first and foremost, I'd like to, commend Myean for his extraordinary capture of that, and I think it could not have been more accurate than anything else. And even those who may not agree with the protester today would admit the accuracy of what the headline displayed. Listen, I have a different opinion on giving credit to the police. I'm happy that the protest was a peaceful protest. In fact, this is what the organizers promised. I've said over and over that I've had many questions and reservations about the protest and about what this protest was about, given the key voices representing the protest. But I also acknowledge the rights of citizens to assemble and demand from their government. And so the organizers were very good. We can't just praise the police and disregard how disciplined and peaceful the organizers were. The organizers, I think, carried themselves accordingly. They went to call on their government and express their grievances, and which I thought they did excellently. And the police were not given any reason to behave out of the ordinary. So I'm not going to sit here and give credit to Gregory Coleman for police not, acting out of character. They were given no reason to act out of character, and I'm sure if they were poked, they would have acted out of character, as we've seen in the past. So I give credit to the Liberian people, to those protesters out there, because there are lots of folks who have preconceived notion of those protesters and their behaviors. Some have called them thugs. Some have concluded that, in fact, members of this administration have said that this was an all CDC affairs. So there's this preconceived notion of who those guys were out there. And so they behaved themselves accordingly. And the police had no choice but to give protection and not to be violent because they were not poked. I would have given the police credit had they been poked and still maintained some sort of professionalism and civility. We've seen what happens when they're poked. We've seen what happened when they're tested. True professionalism is on display when you are tested, when you are aggravated, right? You see true restraint, not when you're not aggravated and you have no choice but to sit around and watch and protect the peaceful protest. So I have absolutely no credit to give them over here. What I will say, though, I think Joseph Boakai administration missed an opportunity to show true unity. I've said over and over again, man, it's one thing to talk the talk. It's another thing to walk the walk. You cannot continue to talk about unity and reconciliation and every opportunity given to you to actually show that, to act that. You do the contrary. Joseph Boakai is president of every single Liberian. That includes those who are fierce critics of him. That includes those who did not vote for him. And yes, that includes seditions. That includes the Zogos. That includes every single Liberian. What I saw happen today, that this administration did not send a single government official to show some sort of respect for those protesters to accept that petition, I thought was a missed opportunity to show some leadership and to show that, listen, elections are over. It's time for leadership. And I'm also your president. You may not agree with me. You may not agree with what I stand for. You may not have voted for me, but I'm your president. When that protest happened in 2019, George Weah did not show up, but we saw the justice minister there. We saw top level government officials there. They showed up to show some respect, to say, you know what, we will accept your petition. And even at that, the protesters and the organizers were not satisfied. They needed either the vice president out there. They needed the president. We are out there. I didn't expect President Bwaka out there today. Neither did I expect Jeremiah Cohn out there. But what I expected the government to show some sort of decency, some sort of reconciliation, to say, you know what, we hear you. We may not agree with you. We may not agree with your behavior, but we hear you, and we are here to accept your petition. That did not happen today, and I thought it was a missed opportunity to really show a reconciliation and unity here. And it's shame on this government for that.
Tomalin.
Let me say something. I beg you, those who we appreciate you guys sending money to helping us, but if you send money to our guy, please, like, the kid receives money, and I know who sent it, and we want to say thank you, at least also to document it. So please, I beg you, if you send money to him, please tell Peabody or myself or somebody or give me anybody that you send him money. So please, he just told me, the chief, I received money just now, but I don't know who sent it. And please, so yeah, please, I beg you.
Very honest young man too. Yeah,
he's very honest. As matter, he will not even say nothing, but began anything that the kind of kid we got, young man, but 18-year-old, just finished high school, about to go to college, but at TCA, baby, that baby.
Yeah. Anyway, before you come to it, what the folks are saying here, we Liberian people, everything we say, we want accountability, and that's a good thing. Yeah. But for that to happen, it has to be centralized. So when we are making a report to you, you don't call back later and say, I didn't see my name, or I made contribution, I didn't see my name. So send it to the Cash App here. Cash App, $ TCA 2500. If you do Zelle, it's area code 856-676-5136. We'll have the money put together, and then we'll compile the list and thank you personally. But we want to make sure that your name appear on our list. We don't want you sending your money and you don't get credit for it. I know some of you want to do it. You don't need no credit. You don't want your name called, but at least for our own accountability, send it to one of these numbers, and then it will go where it's supposed to go. Yeah, Tomalin, you were in flight.
Yes. Look. Again, let me say this. The people in the government, especially those who are rational people, will tell you that they will tell you honestly in confidence that what happened today. They didn't overlook it. They took it serious. Okay, they took it very serious, and they brought, and they're saying that the president should pay attention to it. I know he was making fun of it earlier today. He was on his book launch, wherever the kids launching a book, wherever the kids. But if anyone tells you that they were just saying that it overlooked, they try to make it look like the protest wasn't serious, but the guys did well with the conditions that they did it in fact, some media outlets, some people was trying to even to undermine the protest, to make it look like if to say nothing. And these are the right of the people have to exercise their concerns to the government. And it's sad that people will try to downplay it. Yesterday, you felt it was good with it to do it to the CDC. I mean, it's not like you're paying back, but everybody has the right to do it. Organize in America, people organize protests every day, but people have the right to organize the protests and speak. I know today they send the chairman on security at the Senate, Momo Saros, to receive the protest. He was the one they sent to receive the petition. But when he didn't receive it. I mean, I think the people were mad. I think something occurred there that he had to leave. He had to go back. And he had to go back, but he didn't receive the people's demands. But the president, I mean, even if he wasn't available, send the vice president. Send somebody. One of them should have showed up. To say, look, we receive it. We hear you guys, and we'll looking into your demands, your concern, and we'll get back to you guys. And from there, you can set up a committee to call the protest leaders and sit down with them and tell them where the government where they are right now in the demands they are making. But just downplay, and the officials are there in chat room making fun, going all on Facebook making fun of it. When the serious part comes, then they will change their whole operandi. But right now, don't overlook it. The next one will be spontaneous. It will just happen, and people will start. You won't believe it. But the protests today, they came in numbers. We saw it, and just don't overlook that. Don't take it for granted. They have the right to express their concern, and they are legitimate. They have the right. So please, I just pray that people understand that people have the right to do what they did today, and you have the right to respond to them. The world is watching. When people start to protest like this, it affects. And I'll tell someone, I said, look, it affects your ability to even create jobs. To even create jobs, it affects your ability to create jobs, because people will not come into this country with what they saw today. There's no way. If people start seeing all these headlines going across the wires, if everybody thinking about coming to put 5-10 million into Liberia, they'll say, no. You got to rethink. You got to redirect that money somewhere else. So that's to make people understand. Right now, they are struggling now to generate revenue. And they got to be serious about what they are doing. Or else they're gonna regret that they ignore the writings on the wall.
Well, let me welcome Mr. Victor Nangwe. Mr. Victor Nangwe, welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. It is good to be joining you guys. Let me also welcome our audience. I know you've already been at it, and I hope you're sharing the show. I'm watching you. You better share the show. But it is good to be with you guys. Let me join all of you in congratulating Ahmed and his fellows of the organizers of this protest. I think it's a good day today in Liberia that people can get out in the streets, and tell their government how they feel about the direction in which they're taking the country. And this is a breaking it in moment for the opposition. Now that this has been tested and it has gotten up so peacefully, I am almost certain there will be another one very soon. Let me congratulate the people as well, for coming out, braving the storm, the rain. There was a lot of rain today in Monrovia. People did come out to protest the government. There were minor incidents of vandalism reported. The Liberian investigator reported, I think, 2 vehicles damaged and some attempts at throwing stone. But generally, I think the protest got up peacefully. This is how a democracy is supposed to function. You let people come out and tell you they like some of the stuff you're doing and they don't like some of the stuff you're doing. Although today it was predominantly about not liking what the government is doing, but at least everything got up peacefully. I think Liberia is really making a lot of progress in the democratic space. We've had several elections that have gotten up peacefully. A sitting president has conceded peacefully. We're not allowing people to come out in the streets and protest the government when they're not satisfied with the government's performance. I think this is a good day for Liberia. So I congratulate the government as well. Gregory Coleman, a lot of us here have expressed, concern about his capacity to handle such street protests, professionally. I think they did well today, absolutely well. The performance today, we haven't gotten any reports of heavy-handedness. We haven't gotten any reports of police brutality. So I think they have to be commended here. Winfrey here has to also be commended because I think through the Minnesota State is doing something with the Liberian National Police, helping them with the crowd control and such things. So it is a good day today to be a Liberian. I'm sure this is a message that went out very loudly. So congratulations to the organizers of the protest. the government, I think it was Tomalin or someone who said, I was listening in, I think the president should have just let the whole thing, slide today without making the comment that he did. But then again, you can't have 100% perfection. But the government did well. Yeah, some of the places were cordoned off. The reception of the message too, I think it was not properly handled. I think it would have been much appreciated if someone had received that message from the people. I hope now that the government will not write this off, and I hope they pay attention and they will, address some of the things that the people are complaining about. This is all about making Liberia better. So I'm glad to be here with you guys.
Good. Pewee, before I go to Dr. Peabody, and I hate to do this, but I have to quote Mr. Costa. He says, when the president visited the White House, whatever happens between the president and President Trump, whether he was belittled, whatever that was, he said that Liberia was trending. Everybody was talking about this. It was a win. So if I'm using his logic, everywhere I turn today, including the president himself, were talking about this particular protest. Everybody was talking about it. I'm talking about every media that I turn to. The medium, the media, wherever you want to call it, however you want to, including the president himself, trying to attempt to say whatever it was, tells you that this protest was actually successful beyond our own beliefs.
Absolutely. If you were to see the chief executive of the country trying to himself be a little insensitive, but acknowledging, and that's so that's true. It's a combination of two things: being insensitive, but acknowledging what unfolded. That's the chief executive of the country. He is the chief superintendent of the Republic of Liberia. The fact that he would draw attention to the protest, meaning the protest got some very serious thing, and those that try to downplay it, only weaklings and those that would not really understand major unfolding policy matters would try to bring propaganda into this, and those kind of a propaganda will go a long way in trying to even hunt you down as a ruling establishment, if you will. If you were to, it was a very a big downpour of rain in the city today, and see folks coming out. We are being incentivized. The past protestation, there were a lot of incentives. Some of those incentives they were giving buses to commute them, right? And for today, the level of rain we saw coming up, and there was huge financial support coming from the diaspora and other areas, if you will. So yes, the president did that. And part of the reason why President Boakai trended when he came here in the United States, even the African leader even expressed that disgust about what unfolded. Many African leaders, some of them spoke to their media and other things, commentator across Africa, like one of the very respected Ghanaian news commentator that I very respect and admire. His analysis he gave about that, the commentary he put out, was not a good thing. So yes, we were training at the time, not for the good reasons, right? And we thought that our president would have been firm to come and say, hey, Liberia is an English-speaking country, and Liberia and Liberians, they were free slaves. He would have reminded the president of this country that, hey, Abraham Lincoln did not only move with the Emancipation Proclamation. The intent of that proclamation was as a result of Liberia establishment, if you will, when the slaves left from here, because slavery was a very major thing in this country that led to the Civil War in the 1800s in this country. So when he came in, he said, hey, he needed to abolish slavery. It was intended to say, okay, part of that reason. At the time, the ANC was just an organization, the American Colonization Society, as an organization, push to see these people move into a land that is safe, habitable. And that's how they formed that part of Liberia and Sierra Leone, the Providence Island, the Shepherd Island. You know, the rest of history is there for us to dip into. So he should have moved immediately to do that, but he didn't do it. So he started training, and not for the all major reason, but the fact that he acknowledged today's protests and even pushed some level of some issue about it. So this means the protests were very it was good that the folks move on this, and it's a constitutional responsibility executed by everyone that's involved into this protestation, and it's important. But yes, what I would say quickly, Tomalin said something that this protest sent a signal, and that it's not a good thing for investors. It scare away investors. Yes, it got the proclivity to do that, and it may even get further potential of trying to distance investors away if the 2 weeks those guys are talking about, the 2 weeks ultimatum they're giving the government to try to respond to them. If that scares nothing, if they're to come back even half the number today, it will put some level of insecurity in the country, that the country is not stable, it's not a viable area for investors, and I mean, a lot of reasons. So I think the government should listen. The president should not play the hard card of being insensitive. He will have to be sensitive. He's the president of the country. He took oath to protect and move the country forward. So I would think, Mr. President, it's about time that you bosh to those guys and listen to the crowd of the people of Liberia.
Dr. Peabody, knowing that we got some old hands in this administration, they will be talking tough in public, but actually working behind the scene with the young folks, trying to quiet down what's happening, deal with those issues. Like today, they said there were no motorcycles allowed in the area, and we saw finally they allowed motorcycles to come through. So those were some of the things that somebody told you that you can talk tough in public and then do and harden yourself. It's not possible. They are talking tough in public, but actually working with the folks behind the scene.
Mr. Kevin, good to see everybody, man. Hello, you guys. Sylvester, I expected a call yesterday, but I didn't get it. That's okay. Stuff like that. But look, man, let me say kudos to the Liberian people, the protester. They had a message, and I believe the message went forth. For those out there who's criticizing, they didn't bring 10,000, 100,000, but I saw that group today. Even if there were 2 or 3, they had a message, and the message went forth. So this is something that the government should be concerned about. When people get out to protest, it brings a very negative image to the country. Very, very, very negative to the country. So they should really listen. I wonder whether our legislators, even when people present them these petitions, I don't know whether they even look at it or they even discuss it or have anything to do with it, because I was disappointed today. The Senate went and had a confirmation hearing and hurriedly confirmed Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. So I don't know what effect presenting them the petitions, they will even read it or take up time, all of that. But what I can clearly say here that, their voice were heard internationally, locally, it was heard. And they went out there, they protested, the police, that's their duty to protect, and they protected them as well. We happy that nobody died this time. There were no bloodshed, no fighting and stuff like that. And that's what a civilized society is, when you can come up and peacefully demonstrate, where there'll be no destruction, and all of that. That is great. So I think the protester message was loud and clear. They show up in the numbers, and the government now need to sit back and see what can they do on how they can help these people. Today, it could get bigger, it could get worse the next time these people come up. But clearly, I commend the organizer. They did an excellent job, and I think we need to commend them. And also the police. The police were great in actually providing protection for the citizens. So that was great. Everybody, some were able to go about the normal business, and some were able to come out to protest and express their displeasure as well. So I think it was a great thing.
Excellent. We are talking about issues in Liberia, but while we talk about it, let me talk about our young folks in the studio.
Mr. Gimen, today the president, I think he nominated the Supreme Court Justice.
Yes, I'm coming to that. It's right here.
He also dismissed the Deputy Justice Minister.
Yes. It says here we're not only talking protest here. It says here on the front pages of some of the newspapers, this one's on Front Page Africa, Boyka nominates Law Reform Commission Chair Boyka N. Connett as Associate Justice Designate. His namesake, Chairman Boyka N. Connett, K-A-N-N-E-H.
It's Connett, it's not Connett,
Connett as Associate Justice. And it says here, Councillor Monrovia, the President Joseph N. Boyka have nominated Councillor Joseph N. Connett, current chair of the Law Reform Commission, LRC, as Associate Justice Designate to the Supreme Court of Liberia. Front Page Africa has learned.
I come in. Is it because I know it's the same candidate that you know very well. Is it the candidate that he sent to Social Security briefly?
I have no clue, but it says here this comes just hours after the Liberian.
I think that Boyka kind of former student representative.
Yeah. I think former deputy foreign minister for legal. I think so. If there's that candidate, it's Boyka Connett, but if not,
that's what I'm saying. His name is Boyka. His name is Boyka N. Connett. Okay. This kind of hour, just hours after Liberian Senate confirmed Justice Yami Bese as Chief Justice, replacing CIA Yuo, who retired upon reaching the age of 70. And if confirmed by the Senate, Councillor Connett will fill the vacancy left by Justice Bese. Connett, a respected law scholar and practitioner, is the brother of Bapolu County Senator Boto Connett and a prominent figure in Liberia's legal and academic.
Yeah, he's the one. He's the one.
So this is also trending. And then we have here also stone throwing incident blocks Senate from receiving the protest petition. That was also on the front pages of some of the newspaper in Liberia. We also have here. It's not about quitting. It's about finding balance. Senate confirmed Justice Yami Bese as Chief Justice. Capitol Hill, Monrovia, the plenary of the Liberian Senate are overwhelmingly confirmed Associate Justice Yami Bese as the next Chief Justice of the Republic of Liberia. Plenary, the Senate's highest decision-making body, took the decision during its regular session on Thursday, July 17, following the submission of a report from its subcommittee on judiciary, human rights, claims, and petition. So these are the trending issues in the Republic of Liberia. We are talking not just protests, but we are also talking things that are happening in Liberia. And I want to look at this one. It says here, Monrovia City Police open casket at protest checkpoints, sparking outrage from the bereaved family. The police opened a casket. Monrovia City Police on Thursday stopped a hearse and forcibly opened a casket carrying the remains of a deceased woman en route to burial, citing heightened security concerns related to ongoing enough is enough protests. Open the casket. I go to Robert. Robert, we're just talking good thing about the police, and the city police of Monrovia stopped a hearse on the way to the cemetery, stopped the hearse, forcibly removed the casket, and opened the casket. Your take, Robert?
I mean, this is and according to reports, based on the July 17th protests, I think the police, are not prioritizing what they need to prioritize. Part of this protest, I believe, there were reports about 16 different mysterious deaths that have occurred in the country. A young lady was killed in Lofa County. There have been reports made about that. A 45-year-old woman found dead in Vonchuma County, Lofa County, Vonchuma District, Lofa County. These reports are in the hands of not just the police, but the Justice Ministry, what have they done? What have they done? Every time things are, and funny enough, we heard about these very mysterious deaths during the Weah administration, where the folks who are in government today were very strong against these deaths that occurred. In fact, it became campaign messages as to why President Weah should not be reelected president of Liberia. I would not have expected that we will continue to have these mysterious ritualistic deaths happening under this administration, right? But this is what we have. When you have police officers opening casket for absolutely no reasons, because they want to check what could possibly be connected to a protest with regards to a casket. It makes no sense. But I just want to go back to what Sylvester said, and I want to disagree with my brother. And I agree with Dr. Peabody that the voices of Liberians, I believe, were heard today, regardless of what happened. But from my perspective, respectfully, Sylvester, what the president did in his statement today, I would not describe that as an acknowledgement. From my perspective, acknowledgement is not mugging protesters only because you didn't agree with them. I stated that previously. This is when you show leadership. This is when, especially when the country is visibly divided. You don't need a rocket scientist to tell you that Liberia is divided. We have not made a really sincere effort to unite the country, to say, you know what, elections are over. These elections were very, very close, and people are still mad that George Weah conceded the way he did. What action other than what we saw happen with all of these different selective, signing of condolence books to selective individuals? What concerted efforts have been made from this administration to show that it's time for us to unite as one Liberians, and it's time we can disagree on policies issues, but I'm your leader too. Bwaka have not shown that. And so acknowledgement is not mugging protester, Sylvester. It's not talking about what the protester meant to have said on a placard as opposed to what he's going to say. That's not acknowledgement. Acknowledgement is saying, you know what? I may not agree with you. You may not have voted for me, but today I'm your president too. And I hear you. I hear you. I will review your petition and actions will be taken. That's what a true leader does. That's what acknowledgement from my perspective is. Acknowledgement is not me looking at you, Sylvester. You're expressing your grievances towards my government, and then I'm on the other side on national radio making fun of you. Or they say, I can't, but they lie. We will move the country forward. That's not acknowledgement. That's mockery. And that's not what we expect from the president of Liberia. So it is my hope. It is my hope. And I will state clearly, I did not agree with this protest, because I did not understand some of the core elements of this protest and what this protest meant. I heard today Molo was talking about the rule of law against Richard Cohn, and I concur with him. I wish we heard more of this stuff from some of the spokespeople who were appointed. This was my conflict. This was my issue. Some of these guys were conflicted. However, I acknowledge their rights to protest. The question is, did the president acknowledge the rights of those Liberians to protest, or is he still in election mode where he feels like those are seditions? I don't care about them. I don't care about what they say. I don't care about what their concerns are. As long as they're not Unity Party partisans, I don't care. Mr. President, you are my president. I may not agree with you on policies. I may not agree with your leadership, but you are still my president, and you still work for me. You don't get to choose who you represent and who you don't represent. You have no choice. You are president of Liberia, not president of a particular party. You are president of Liberia, not president of a particular county. You are president of all Liberians and not president of a particular religion. You are president of all Liberians, not president of a particular thing. You are president. And again, I would have given this government some credit. You can bash George Weah all you want. You can talk about his lack of English. You can talk about his lack of leadership.
But what drew my attention here today, gay man, and I'll close on this note. When the June 7 protest took place, George Weah sent a high-level government official to receive that petition. From my perspective, that's a president who says, you know what? I don't agree with what you were saying over there, but I hear you. We can't say the same for President Joseph Boakai today. Who did he send? Not who the Senate sent, not who the legislature sent. Who did the president send on his behalf? No one. And I thought that was a missed opportunity to say, you know what? I'm your president too. We need to unite and forge ahead. That was a missed opportunity.
Before I go to Nambi, let me have
Antonio.
Yeah.
Go to the birthday man. Mr. Nangwe is the birthday man today. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday to you, my friend.
Happy birthday. My birthday program talk to me on your birthday.
That's right. Before I go to the ink.
Game, I need to.
I see another birthday song later on.
Small clarification, please.
Man, looking fresh. You're looking at new money.
Yeah, the man web for your hand. They say,
here comes Victor Nangwe.
The man, the special senior policy advisor to
the political leader in town.
Look at that. But thank you all very much for the kind words. I appreciate it. Yeah, it was a quiet birthday. Thank you very much. Much appreciated.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. But we'll see the song.
Most are talking for a haircut. Yeah, but go ahead, Pewee.
Yeah, quickly. I thought Raul didn't do justice to me. Probably. I was in a bet. Raul get disagree.
Yeah. He lost that bet. He been mad.
But I thought, my dear brother, all love on the name progressive, my dear brother.
Let me come with a clarification, my dear brother Raul. So Gamer was saying something. The position I was coming from was the president failed this protest today.
Yeah.
I'm not saying he acknowledged it to say this. I know he felt it. The fact that he talked about it, he felt it. He felt the weight of the president. I was saying, but if you follow the show, I said the president in caricature them. He played 4 of them. I was not saying he acknowledged it by saying so. No, I agree with that position. But what I was trying to say, he played mockery of them. Right. I use the word caricature the protester, right? I said the same thing, but anyway, they're using different
clarity. I respect that. So we only
so that's what I'm saying. I think he just mentioned about the protest because he felt they are mad about it. They feel that the protest was strong today. That's why he felt. That's why he stopped even talk about it. Because for a president to even comment on something during a speech, meaning he knew that it's something of a weight. That's from that perspective, I'm looking at it, right?
Okay, great. So
we acknowledge the responsibility to say, oh, he did. You're right about that.
When
we're on the same page. When Costa and the rest of the folks did it quickly, when Costa and the rest of the folks did this COP protest, it was my bossman that went to receive. In order to receive the foreign minister to receive the petition from the protester, the president sent the dean of the cabinet at the time. And that was very responsible. That because these are citizens of the country. If they come to express their grief and whatsoever, you have to listen. The Constitution said that.
Right.
It's then unfortunate that we have a president that is not only incompetent but insensitive.
But Gilman, I think you should ask the rest of the crew, why did the president not see the need to send a high-level official? They were all in Monrovia. Why did he not see the need to send someone out of respect that, you know what, I'm your leader too, I hear you. Why did he not send not a single high-level official to receive the petition? I think we should discuss that.
But listen to this. Before I go to the ink here, we discussed how the president was ill-prepared when he came to the White House. You know that. The president has never been fully prepared on any subject, including when you talk about somebody, when you talk about making caricature or something, for the president of the republic of another country to take pride in signing a guest book, and they took that photograph as though it was a badge of honor, and they placarded everywhere. On the Ministry of Foreign Affairs website, the president signing a guest book at the White House. This tells you the level of ill-preparedness these people are. But let me go to the ink, Mr. Ink.
Yeah. Oh man, look. I think Mr. Nangwe highlighted something very important, and I will summarize it to say today's protest showed the vulnerability of the United Party government. It emphasized that when the people voted against CDC, it wasn't necessarily a vote that reflected a Joseph Boakai constituency. I think it was just an overwhelming response to the propaganda that affected the population, and so they just wanted an alternative. And Boakai was just opportune to have been in that spot. I say this to say that the vulnerability have been exposed today. It suggests that as we proceed to 2029, anybody could rise up to become the next president of a country. And Boakai, there isn't any solid political foundation, solid political infrastructure. So I say that to those of you who are actively involved in finding the third link and the fourth link, because just imagine, with all major political party involvement, a civil society movement, it tells you that the people are in search of leadership. The people want direction. The people are not content with what is happening in the country. So I would think that as of today going forward, I would think for those of us who think our country is not going the right way, for those of us who are concerned as to what happens in 2029, it's about time we start to think, we start to think very fast. But back to the president's action today. To be honest with you, I respect the old member. I was not surprised that he would have answered that way. If any of you have been following my writing, particularly so highlighting, at least among many things, some of the reasons why I personally, as a person, thought to join the protest, thought to help organize and be a part of it, was because of the growing arrogance that the Unity Party demonstrated to think that they own the country. I'm telling you, the guys started believing. Maybe people will say, well, you're not the right messenger considering that CDC did the same. But I am sufficiently grounded to be able to identify wrong then. If I came from...
My man, you're not in Liberia. To your internet.
Yeah, man, the internet, people keep calling. You know, when you do that kind of protest, everybody won't call to know whether you okay, whether your daughter okay, what it is, and all that kind of stuff, you know. But I'm okay. I'm on a closing argument right now. We're talking about Boakai. Let's stop up here and take somebody call, because they will keep calling no matter how I call the thing off. But yeah, I'll come back on probably when I can settle this thing, man. They just keep calling.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Winfred, Mr. Russell. Before I come to you, let me acknowledge Arvin Logan. Thank you very much. We have, let me see who else made contribution here. We got Arvin Logan trending. Arvin. Then we got Lamine Duclay. Thank you very much, Lamine. We got Elmer Phillips. Thank you, Elmer Phillips. Thank you for your contribution. Russ, is that Russ Cummings? Russ, thank you very much for your contribution. Russ, we appreciate that very much. And Mr. Russell, in politics, optic is everything.
1 minute, Sarah, because you're at work, you don't have a break. You want to say something?
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Sarah.
Yeah, hello everyone. I'm on my break, so I just decided to call in to give my own little input. I want to say thank you to the organizers. The protest was great. The protest was successful. Imagine with all the heavy rain that was coming down, and still our people braved that rain and went out there to let their voices be heard. So I just want to say thank you to all of them. And thank you to the Liberian National Police. Our people were able to go home alive, because we've seen a lot of other things that they have done to other people and other protesters, which is not good for our country. But today, they really performed. I just want to say thank you to them. And it was a missed opportunity by President Boakai to not send a high-level delegation to go and receive the petitions of the protesters. And just like Robert said, I want to agree with him.
Also, Sarah in LRB, what the protest do?
President Boakai has missed what he said?
So first, let me talk, man.
He said you're in Liberia and you
Sir,
get it in face.
I learned that you had to be the one to submit a petition to the president. So how was it today?
Don't make me forget myself. President I thought that was very, very wrong with his part. And it's unfortunate that with the level of the experience he has had in governance, not be able to come out and say that on the war stage, that was very unfortunate. But all in all, the printers was great. I want to say thank you to our people, to Honorable Gray, all of the people that went out there to exercise.
Everybody mute.
Right? I want to say thank you to them. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Russell. Like I was saying, optic is everything. If you were vice president or anybody who is a leader, in an age where everything goes viral, everything is live, people are trending. For a president to have addressed the plight of the folks through their placards and their protests, some people find it to be very, very, very dishonest, disrespectful, condescending, whatever that may be. Your thought?
Before going there, though, just
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, would like to address something that you mentioned a few minutes ago, and I think Robert may have picked it up a little bit. I took a swipe at it, and that's the issue, which I think is despicable. I would just say it up front. The issue that you highlighted of the Monrovia police stopping Monrovia City Police stopping and opening the casket of a deceased person who has been headed headed for burial. Apparently, I just wanted to be clear that the Monrovia City Police operates under a completely different jurisdiction. Why I found that despicable, but let's be clear and make it clear to all of our listeners and viewers that the Liberia National Police does not, the Liberia National Police Department does not control or manage or coordinate the Monrovia City Police. I think Monrovia City Police get all of the coordination and the mandate from the city mayor, the Monrovia City Corporation. Having said that, though, I would love to see, and maybe I would definitely be making a recommendation to the Liberia National Police to at least help to build the capacity of the Monrovia City Police and the Painesville City Police. In that way, it would take the pressure from the Liberia National Police, because, of course, the Liberia National Police, as an entity, has national responsibility, and its jurisdiction covered nationally. But the Monrovia City Police is just within the confines of the city of Monrovia, and the Painesville City Police is the same thing. But I think it would be a good thing. I would love to see and love to advance, recommendation for the Liberia National Police to more actively work with those various city police establishment in building the capacity and all of that. So, but I just want to make that point clear that they're under a completely different administration, a completely different jurisdiction. But I still find it very despicable. And if that's what happened, the city mayor needs to speak to that and and we need to find out from him, or because I think that, because I know the police chief, the city police chief reports directly to the city mayor, and so we need to find out from them why they allowed that to happen, or why the officers were doing that. Now, you did ask about optics and all of that. I mean, people have different approaches, Mr. Gayman. I mean, people have different approaches. I mean, I think we all are highlighting the successful nature of the protests. I mean, I think it was a win-win for everybody, all stakeholders involved. I think it was a win-win. People show up, they express their grievances, and the fact that President Boakai was not there in person to accept the petition that they had, that they presented. No, that's not.
I'm talking about his response, his comment.
Well, I don't see anything wrong with his comment. I mean, he commented. I mean, he had folks there. I think we all can agree that this was a very successful enterprise, and he chose to respond the way he did. I know there was some folks who felt that he was mocking the protesters and all of that. If that was the case, then I wouldn't advise him to do that, but accept them and hold them in good faith, and I think everybody did well. Everybody succeeded, and all of that. So
okay, let's listen to the president. Go ahead, play.
Responsibility of the government. Interestingly, today somebody sent me somebody who two protesters, one of them, I don't know, he said he's protesting. He said because I can't lie. If they can't lie, we just wait. And the other one was protesting that he's protesting because we're not giving you a chance to sell drugs because I had you. Very good protest. But a country 178 years, our young people with talent, we can't keep that at that. It's our job. Make them, prepare them for the world. During the campaign, I went to Ghana. I couldn't understand there was an Indian who was doing business in Liberia. And we went to visit him. And he said to me, take 500 young people. As a matter of fact, this man was doing business here. So he moved to Ghana, built a school. I would like to encourage him to build a holistic education. Got the school, got a football field, got table tennis, they got all of these, and teaching IT. He said to me, take 500 young people, teach them IT. Give themselves jobs. So we know with all of these knowledge that you'll be taking, you will be creating your own jobs. Instead of going around, maybe some people are very pleased for people to go around and beg. Everybody wants to be independent. Everybody wants to contribute. We believe these are.
Okay, the president knows what a good school should look like. This is so comical. I won't even go to his condescending remark, but if the president says a good school is a school that has a beautiful campus, has a soccer field, it got a basketball, tennis court, has already, he wants the guy to come and build it. But he who has the authority and the budgetary allotment is not doing it in his own country. He wants this guy to come back and build a school for him so they can prepare Liberian youth so they can be self-employable. Can you imagine who is advising? Let me welcome Susan Bange from You just woke up, huh?
Yes, it's morning here. 9.
You guys are upside down.
Yeah, 9
You
a.m.
just come
here.
in. Welcome to the show. We had a protest today. Your take on the protest, I know you don't have that long. You have to go back and do your breakfast.
Yeah, but she wanted the organizer.
Oh, you wanted the organizer? Well,
Yeah.
congratulations. You did a great job.
We sure did. We did a great job. We did a great job. I'm hearing music at the back over there.
Yeah, some guy they call Robert Garguah was listening to Kehleboe, the bass of that old bass of devil was dancing.
And taking some wine. The buzzer will let no life.
Before you respond, I just want you to include in your response because you effectively dealt with Henry Costa. I wanted you to add that in your response about the protest too. I saw you deal with Costa earlier on. You rubbed him.
Before Sue respond,
why you get do your own? Why you get doing yourself?
Yeah,
I just want to acknowledge that I dealt with him. I thought
let me say this before somebody should tell Amen that enough is enough. We've already commended them. This is a yeah. Let us talk about you now. Leave it alone.
Yeah.
Say that again.
No, I'm not going to say it again.
Susan, go ahead.
First of all, yes, I was part of the organizing team, and I didn't sleep last night though. I was up till I think 6 o'clock this morning, and I must commend Molu and the rest. I mean, even though we also supported the protest, but this was a stand protest. All right. I know people passing around here talking about that CDC protest, that stand protest. If CDC come out, this was just Molu. Just imagine the biggest opposition party, which is CDC. Molu just tested the water today, and this was a warning to President Joseph Boakai, that the people are tired. The people are fed up. All right? I mean, the reason why I took this protest really serious, it was, number one, what happened to Fanati at the Capitol building just recent time. You and myself know that the Unity Party government right now, if they have any evidence at this moment, they would have shown their evidence. We saw the whole Peabody case all over in America. When they took Peabody to court, we had women coming there and giving their statement. It has never happened with the Unity Party people. They just targeting people from right and left. And it was about time for our people to stand up and let them know that CDC is us all the people are not just going to sit there and let you get away and do whatever you want to do. So this was one of the reasons why I supported the protest. And the second reason is when the people do the survey, they'll come up market women. They're all complaining things prices are going up. But every time we come on social media, we have those UP guys. They just attacking us, making it look like things are okay. And the third reason was the cyclists. Those guys in Australia here or in America, government just don't come and just say, you know what, we can't make, we want to take you guys off the street and not implement anything. You have to implement something, because how would they feed their family? How would they feed their babies? How would they feed their sick children? How would they put food on their tables? All right. So you want to pull out this far look of we're working. On the other hand, it's affecting other people. All right. So this was the reason why I supported the stand protest. And this is a message to Joseph Boakai and the UP folks that are on Facebook and making fun the pictures that you guys are posting all over there saying that, okay, the place was not crowded. Y'all keep making fun and keep playing with yourself. Liberians are tired. And the next protest, it will not be easy. In my response to Henry Costa, the reason why I was so upset today, I came and blasted at Henry Costa, is that the fact that this young man, I mean, what I saw today from Henry Costa was just mad jealousy. He's a jealous guy. Henry Costa, in his little mind, he thinks that, oh, I am the only person who can do it. If I can do it, nobody else can do it. And Mwalu show up today. All right? And out of jealousy and the stupidity, I'm sorry for my word, guys, him being used. We have other platforms. We have Tomalin George, them here. We have Ben Sanvee. We have other platforms. There are people who were not satisfied with the CDC government based on other little things. These are people those people are not out there putting their integrity online just for mere catch. Anything we do in this world, our integrity comes first. Our children will live to our children. We will, whatever we do, it goes down to our children. At the end of the day, what will people see Henry Costa, little son, Henry, later on, they say, oh, Henry, your father was this guy, your father was that guy. It all based on what Henry Costa is at the moment. First of all, he went on social media. He started discouraging people, telling citizens that, oh, do not go out to protest. Mwalu, they had this. He discredited this CDC government. You sitting down there, Joseph Boakai giving you plenty chip all the time to eat. It has always been in the interest of Henry Costa. If it's not in his interest, it's nobody else. Those young guys, Freddie, and the rest of those guys that were behind him, what have they benefit? Nothing. It has always been about his interest. Because of the crowd today, he thought CDC could not do it, and we did it. We rubbed it on them. And still could not, well, let me not just put CDC, I put CDC because we were part of that protest.
Oh, you just money.
Thank
Susan,
you. I'm coming
Yeah.
back. I'm coming back. I got a special guest.
Wait, don't do it. Wait,
I'm going to blast you.
10 seconds, I'll pay a fine. 10 seconds.
My man, that man recognize the special guest, man. Rabba, hold on. Hold on, small.
The man want to steal a woman's shine. Go ahead, steal her shine. Go ahead.
Sylvester asked me why I was smart. Yeah, man, relax, man. Sylvester asked me why I was smarting. I will turn over to you. I'm just smarting because I see my sister Mariah Yakula. Now you're not make her go back in the back. Where's she at?
She will come.
Yeah, that's all I was smarting for.
That's the woman shine. Mariah steal Mariah's shine. The woman have a few minutes, you don't steal her shine.
Oh, you just like to give it again.
You see,
can I just finish, guys?
Yeah, go ahead, man. Go ahead, finish.
So, just to conclude, this was the reason why I was out there today speaking against him. Costa needs to find place and sit down. Liberian people are tired with him. There was a post I saw on some type of blog today. When you go on that post, people insulting him. He needs to sit down. He has no place. He should not be the one criticizing protests when he were in front of a protest, telling Liberian people on June 7th protest, he was telling people to go out and do it. So he needs to let us do what we want to do, because this is just the beginning of it. This is just the beginning of it. We have more coming. The Gen Z will be planning their own protest, all right? And CDC will be coming up with their own protest. And I think you heard Mwalu today when they read their petition. They said they gave President Boakai 14 days to respond. So we have more coming. Thank you, guys. And I will give the rest the floor.
Ms. Mariah, welcome. I love the outfit. You are muted. You are muted.
The woman, she was sleeping.
I had to mute. You got me out of bed tonight, Tomalin.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, bear with me small.
Oh, okay. I see how to go do
Robert, how you doing?
It's all right.
That's why. Gay man, can you waste small? We all ready. Gay man, waste small. That's why I was smarting. Every time I see my sister, I smile. That's all. Good to see you, my dear sister.
Good to see you too. Good to see you too. How you guys doing? Susan, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you, Mara. Thanks for joining the show.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you are just joining us, we have a special guest. She, we woke her up from bed. But, once a soldier, always a soldier, they're ready to fight.
Ever ready for battle.
That's right. Mr. Tomalin, George, your guest.
Mariah is a fighter, progressive firebrand. I mean, I don't know who the guys, the UP guys, I don't know how to get managed, but I would battle, but she don't battle them. She can stay her own turf, she's her own voice. So Mariah, Councilor Yekulai, it's up to you, man. You can address the people.
Thank you. Is it my internet? Oh God, you're bear with me.
We can see you, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Oh, you turn it over to me?
Yeah.
Yes, all yours.
Well, I figured we were talking about the protest today. I wouldn't want to spend any time talking about Henry Costa, and I also wouldn't want to, talk about his kid or anything of that sort. But I do want to agree with Susan in a way that I think there was, and I told Henry today, I said, you are so obsessed about nobody overtaking June 7, and so any protest that comes up, you feel like you have to dampen it so it's not compared to June 7. And we laughed about it, but I think that's kind of where that came from, in addition to his support to the ruling party. But as to the protest today, very much successful in my opinion, and this is not because I support it, but it's just the facts. Look, if this protest had the level of support June 7 had, it would have been bigger than June 7. Facts. And anybody who argues it's pretty much being disingenuous. What Stand did today spoke volumes. And I told the UP guys, if you don't pay attention, you only have yourself to blame. Because without political parties endorsing this protest, without political leaders showing up at this protest, without SOUP endorsement, without Linsu's endorsement, without...
But you moving.
Hey, excuse me. What's wrong with you people from Nima? Oh, excuse me.
Don't talk to Nima people in their life.
They show is better because of Nima persons.
Russell, Susan, Mariah, and Kehleboe.
All Nima people? You kidding?
Exactly.
I talk about only Basa people that are only this show. Go ahead.
Right. So without Yeke's involvement, without Costa, without all of these people who were part and supported June 7, we still had this output and outcome. It does say a lot. And I think a lot of us underestimated the protest. And I think the ruling party underestimated the protest as well. Look, what this is going to do going forward is pretty much embolden Liberians to be able to come out for future protest. One of the things that the UP benefited from for the last 2 years is what I call protest fatigue. People were tired of protesting. They thought, it wouldn't give them any outcome. Nothing will come out of it. They were protested the last 5-6 years under the CDC. In fact, I told someone I was exhausted, and I am exhausted from, the constant politicking. But today's protest was basically energizing the public and the people, that if this number of people can come out from stance protest, imagine if it's a joint opposition protest. Imagine if it's a protest that is endorsed by people. And even today, most people supported the protest, even those who didn't show up, but they had issues with what they called the organizers or those in front of the protest. So the fact that Liberians acknowledge that there is a need to protest, but we just don't think these people should be the ones to lead protest, that's a completely different issue. That means that the people do recognize the issues that are being raised. The people do recognize that times are hard. They recognize that the UB government is feeling that they're not keeping their promises. And even people who supported them recognize that. But the issue most people had today, especially those who even spoke against the protest, wasn't necessarily the issues that were being raised. It was because they felt and believed that staying headed by the former CDC chair should not be the ones leading the protest at this time. And I had to remind quite a few people that you may have a point with that, but let's not forget that in 2019, the faces of June 7 included people from Unity Party that had just gotten out of power 2018.
Absolutely.
So we cannot have a double standard when it comes to Unity Party coming out of power and holding the protest under COP as a civil society organization, and then have an issue when CDC comes out of power and its former leaders decide to hold a protest under stand a civil society organization.
Excellent point.
I mean, you just cannot, bring that double standard into this conversation. If you did not have an issue with June 7 and the faces of June 7 in 2019, you cannot have an issue with Stan's protest today in the faces of the protests. And these are the things that we have to talk about, because outside of the messenger, or sometimes they say, yeah, the message is good, but the messengers are not the ones to bring this message. Well, too bad. Unfortunately, this is the country we find ourselves in. And people always talk about, oh, but we can change it. Yeah, but when change came knocking at your door, you shut the door in change's face. You do not want change. That's a fact. Liberians do not want change. Liberians want what we call the dancing chairs. What's that game that everybody runs around the chair and who sits?
Oh, okay.
That's what we like. So for us, it's just rotating the same people in positions of power and influence. And that's what we want. We do not want change, because to want change means we have to change. And we don't want to change. We want the opportunity to do the same things. The only thing we don't like is basically the people who are benefiting from the same things we want to do. And unfortunately, that's where our country is. And because it's that way, that's why the Unity Party and the CDC continue to be the face of our politics, when we all agree that they're the same people and nothing's going to change. But yet we're not able to say, let's try a third party. Let's try a third route. Let's do things differently. We don't want to. So if we're going to settle for Unity Party and CDC, then we have to be honest with ourselves and say these are the two options we have as a people. But we cannot continue to use double standards and hypocrisy in addressing things that have happened before and say, well, we supported it then, but we can support it now because it's these people doing it. So, I don't want to sound redundant. I think the conversation will continue. I absolutely think that the protest was very successful. And most importantly, it just did not stay locally. It went international. You had the international wires carrying it.
Yep.
I don't care what you say about it. I know my UP boys, they're going to bed tonight hurt. I know them. I mean, they know me. So I know they're going to bed tonight hurt because they care so much about their image, they care so much about the propaganda. And today, Mobile Molu and Stan took a hot iron and sliced right through it.
Well, sir, Councilor, and you're right quickly about this.
I want to ask one quick question, man.
Yeah,
Let be orderly.
Before you ask the question quickly, my point to the councilor here is that I think this tear wave thing is coming in. It's creeping in a little bit, Mariah. And I will hope it's about time that we initiate this debate. I don't think because the Liberian people, you're right. Because the other people will say, hey, we did this or something, and they probably are tired. And eventually it's going to sink in and we're going to get somewhere. But the appropriate forces were aligned, and we have to do that. And people like you will have to come with your input and all these things. It's important. We can just have to. We can know you if you get tired. I mean, we'll have a problem. Right? It have to be a kind of a. We have to amalgamate all of the forces politically to show that we do that. But these two institutions, they've done nothing for the country, and they're just going to be revolving. If we revolve the political activities behind them, trust me. Everybody just want to get one day tired and say, okay, we're going to leave this country. If you get tired and we got the same, then I mean, where are we headed? No, I don't think your dear mother brought you together. No, you got to be engaged, Mama. You got to be engaged, and trust me, there are going to be some results coming up soon.
Ahmed, before you ask a question, I got a special suite for you, Ahmed. Just 30 seconds before you ask a question. I got a special. You
got condensed milk candy for the man.
but Ron, I'm telling you that we can. I hope you can borrow this next week.
Ron, they just let selling small feed. Everything.
I just want to say, listen, if it's 30 seconds, I just want to say my phone was blowing up. You asked me why I was smarting. You know, I just like Mariah. She doesn't give a damn. You know, we were talking about Fanta the last time. She's just one of those folks don't give a damn. You know, and our brothers don't like her. But I told them, you touch her, we will come to Liberia and we will. You want to know if we can bungee? You will find out then. Everything the woman just said is just spot on. I mean, go ahead and ask your question now.
After
basically,
you gotta hurry up. You gotta want to go to Kehleboe. You're not threatening me already.
Yeah. I'll hurry up. But I just wanted to say to Mara and to
come on now, don't mess with Kehleboe.
Before I ask my question, look, I think the Liberian people, from time to time, they will seek a leader. Obviously, by the time the people gravitated to George, we are around 205. It was out of course, they were frustrated at what happened. So I'm just saying.
You gotta pay your bill on time. Kehleboe, go ahead with your question.
I don't think.
Now you're upside down. What's wrong with you, man? You upside down.
My man, let me just ask the question. I'll face it later on.
The car when you go before you come out, you can twist everything.
My man, when you hear a protest hard out, you can't be showing all your location.
My man, but to see you, I gotta do like this.
My man, you don't have to see me. Listen to my voice. It's part of the protest strategy, my man. We had it out. But anyway, listen. What happens 2029, in my view, cannot and should not be defined by a political party. It should first be defined by all of us who got stake in there to determine as to the way forward. Because listen, we will now, by the time Joseph Boaga is, I will now have 3 examples of exactly what we don't want in terms of leadership. Ellen did her best, but we saw some things in it. Joseph Boaga calling squander opportunity. The CDC government came in with the intent of fixing what Ellen didn't do right. They left power on the background that they were corrupt. Joseph Boaga, of course, 2 years in is a disaster right now. So at least we will now have had up to 20 years of understanding. If you are doing empirical research on that, you have enough data to prove to you what you don't want and what you want. And I think that should form the conversation going forward. The fact that an independent person, of course, yes, Bolu represented the.
What is your question?
Oh, my man, let me lay. Okay. But anyway, so my question. You started this thing. The generator lays better than us. About 3, 4, 5, 6 months ago. How you felt taking the national stage, taking international media, and today, if there is no message understood in the protest, one message that went loud and clear that the Liberian people thought a generator should not live better than them, or a generator is living better than them. Why you think? You started this 6 months ago. You started this protest. It became loud and clear today.
Well, and to be honest, I said it today, and I'll say again, I had nothing to do with that banner.
We know who did it.
But I think what that means is people listen. And when you put things out to the public, regardless of how attacked you are or insulted, or I promise you, Patrick had his boys in his office posting pictures of my husband and I and insulting us. And it's real. I got attacked. I got insulted. Came after.
Yeah, man, I'll put a picture up, man, from the studio. Let's honor the woman today, because today, let's give her that honor. She started this conversation. Let's give it to her. Y'all please put a picture up, Tomalin. Y'all put it up from the studio, man. Let the picture read. Let recognize.
Yeah, but just let her flow while she
Let me complete. So, but what that says is people listen. People follow these conversations, and they understand what it is. They may not say anything. Most of them may not react at the moment, but they understand it. They look. 10 years ago, when I was assistant minister at Labor, my salary was $3,600
every month.
10 years later, that's Patrick's gas generator gas money. If you were to take the value of $3,600 10 years later to now, there is absolutely no reason why a generator should be making assistant minister.
So it sounds funny, but it's a terrible thing. Generator making money.
Yeah, it's serious.
Very serious.
That we are giving $3,600 to be used on a generator for one commissioner at the LTA, Patrick Hunter. And the reason I focused on Patrick is because Patrick was one of the loudest voices against the very things that they're doing now when CDC did them. I tell people that CDC or UP or you do I will talk it. And even if Mr. Cummings I won, most people don't know me, but those who know me, they know. I would have also been the most vocal against this government if he had done it differently. One of the things I'm blessed that God has given me is a profession that's not dependent on government job. If I will eat dry rice in my house, I will eat that dry rice with my good conscience. So I don't need to suck up to anybody. And I will tell you the truth. And I am even harder on my friends than people I don't know. And I'll go back. I remember when I was in convent, I was the president of the school, and I used to do inspections at the gate. And my friends were the ones I was harder on if they came breaking the school rules. That's just what it should be. I cannot hold CDC accountable for this for years. And then because my friends in the Unity Party are now in power doing the same thing, they are still silent because I don't want to hurt their feelings. It is not about their feelings. It's about the thousands of kids who cannot get good medical care, who cannot get good education, who cannot get proper welfare, social welfare, because someone's generator is making $3,600. Do you know how many teachers that can pay? How many nurses that can pay? People are hurt. That stuff was the most simplistic representation of what it meant to people who will work 30 days and get $250, but a generator is making $3,600. Accordingly, they've adjusted it. We still don't know what the adjustment is. Since I asked, wrote them on the Freedom of Information Act, they've not given me the information yet, even though we've had a meeting about it. But if it's been adjusted, that's good start, even though it shouldn't have been in the first place. So today, for the protest to have highlighted that, And a lot of people said this makes a lot of sense. In fact, it's one of the main features of the protest. It says that Liberians know that these things are wrong. It doesn't have to be Mariah Yokola talking about it. But regardless of who said, the fact is the fact. There's no reason why in a poverty-stricken country like Liberia, a government official generator should be making 3,600 United States dollars. If you put that in LD at the rate of 200, we're talking millions of dollars on a generator. That's unfair. And don't tell me that CDC did it. That's what commissioners under CDC were making. We know that, but you said you would change it. You said it was waste. So you cannot come back and say we made it there. And that was my issue. It wasn't personal. It was just mostly on the issue.
Great. Let me go to Mr. Kehleboe. Question for the counselor.
What? Thank you, and it's good to see Mariah again. I'm not sure I have a question, but I have a comment. I don't see her as a guest because she's one of the founding members of this platform. So she's just coming back home for the day. But no,
for a few minutes.
Yeah.
There goes our flyer, Mariah.
She made a lot of great observations on what happened today. And I quite agree with everything she said. I just want to re-emphasize a few things, particularly with the conduct of my uncle Henry Costa. I think Costa is having a sleepless night about this whole thing that he had the biggest protest. And people forget that the idea of citizens getting together to act is not about the size of the crowd. It's about the issues they are raising. And I said to many people, it could have been even just 10 persons standing up there with a placard, with a statement, making a statement. That's important. Because their citizens and their grievances must be listened to. All everyone tried to do today was to exercise their constitutionally guaranteed right. The rights these folks exercise today is a protected right on our constitution. And for me, that is the biggest picture we should focus on, as opposed to comparing today's event with June 7th. Even the argument on character is a very weak argument, because the very Henry Costa, when he defected from UP and went to CDC, you could see the venom from the CDC, from the UP guys. What did they say about his character? So character should not even be the argument. Even the criminal has rights in the court. Even the criminals have rights on our constitution. So if a group of Liberians come together, we miss the bigger picture. They are raising bread and butter issue. They are raising things that are happening. Like you guys just rightly pointed out, the issue Mariah raised about generators should not live better than the people. It's so profound. It's kind of graphic. The imagery it creates in the minds of people that, oh, really? We're spending this much on generator. But see, I can't even find transportation to go to school or to send my kids to school. Simple issue like that. Okay? Yeah. So I think it's a very important discussion. And what happened today for me, it was a profound, overwhelmingly successful protest. Because it was the first time a new civil society group, STEM has been in existence probably less than 2 years. Okay? Fine, yeah, less than 2 years. Or maybe less than a year. And they made a profound, this was the new, this is the first time STEM took on the street. And they were very successful. And I think they can repeat this 2 or 3 times under this government. And I will encourage that.
Thank you. Mr. Russell, any question for our guests?
My dear brother.
Hi, Mariah.
Hey, Winfred.
Yeah, I've seen you again. You know, I know I tell this story all the time. This little anecdote all the time whenever we're on a platform like this that is politically charged and based. And since we're talking about politics, but Mariah is one of the very few Liberians and the progressive at that who came to Minnesota and door knocked with me, went door to door, and I won that election. And since then,
Please mute
God
yourself.
came back to
Mute
help me door
yourself.
knock. I have not won since then. But but the first time she came and she helped me door knock, we won. So that should say something.
Maybe I need to come door knocking with you again. But it was as a better coming in with, so I get bad. No, but it was good. I really enjoyed doing that.
Yeah, I have those pictures. It's like yesterday.
I know. Time has flown so.
It's like when you're talking to those guests and all of that, it was so cool. That's so nice. I'm always grateful for your friendship and your insightfulness on the issues and all of that. So really, really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes. So my question to you, Mariah, is that why do you think the likes of Mr. Cummings and other political luminaries stay away from endorsing this protest? I mean, what does that say? Or is it something? I don't want us to read too much into it, but I mean, you're on the ground. You have much better insight as to maybe why things went the way they did. I know that people can point to a number of things, and we've pointed to some of those things here on the show. But what's your take? Why did many of the big names that you called earlier and some luminaries to it, including yourself, you supported their right to protest to happen? I do too, even, from afar, that, citizens should have the right to assemble and protest and challenge the government. It happens here. We do it here, on a regular basis and all of that. So why do you think they stay away?
So I think that it's important to let people take charge of these issues when they first begin. What am I saying? Before the June 7 protest against the CDC, there were several smaller protests. There was the Bring Back Our Money protest. There was, I think 2 or 3 other smaller protests by different groups. And what that does is it allows the people to own the process and the issues, that it's not being driven by political leaders and political parties. And when they've done that, then it becomes imperative on the political parties and the political leaders to later endorse these issues that people are doing and put their hands and their strength and behind the protest. Because if you don't do that, it would definitely seem like you're forcing people to come out into the streets to protest because you didn't win elections, or because you want the government to not succeed, and all of these other narratives. So it's always important when a new government comes in to allow the first set of protests be people driven. Even though others subsequently would be, but you will know that it has the machinery of the political parties behind it, like the June 7 was. So it was important that political leaders like Mr. Cummings, Mr. Yuri, other political figures do not insert themselves into this protest that was supposed to be the We the People protest. So that, I think, was mostly the reason they did not. And I think subsequently, if there are other protests, which I'm sure there would be, they would have the strong backings of the political parties. And this also includes, former President Weah as well. And that's why I said this protest is, it should be troubling for the Unity Party, because what that does is it energizes other people to be able to now come out. And,
so this was more of a dress rehearsal.
I think so. It was a wake up call, and if they don't listen to that wake up call, they might get the door shut. So yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching. If you just joining in, I am Jerome Gayman with me. And our guest, we have a special guest, Maria is here. Counselor, excuse me. She's here and she's just basically throwing lights on her observation, as we all do. Let me welcome the young man from Kigali. Kruma, how you doing there, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Doing good.
And when you guys get a chance to ask a question, please don't go on the long 7-minute tirade. Then you say, I ain't got no question. I'm not picking on my boyfriend, Nima. But any question for the counselor?
No, not really a question. Okay. I got a comment.
Okay, go ahead.
1 minute comment.
There you go.
So, again, good to be here. Good morning from my end. So, happy birthday to Mr. Nambe. I don't know if he's on or you already gone off. But good to see you, COS, and thanks for all you do. You know, most especially holding these guys accountable, even though they always honor your post, crying. You know, that's what they're good at. And I hear you talking about people in Patriot office. So the only way our guys and get over there is just to go on people's Facebook page and just be attacking. You know, you get few of them that they say they're doing consultancy. And
so government paying them thousands of dollars to just do that.
So they just go on Facebook, you know, to just be insulting people and just attacking. You know, that's how they do. And you know, but the protest was good today. You know, it was a great one. Initially, I, you know, never wanted to support the protest because of the same issues that a lot of people are, you know, sharing today. That the organizers, you know, about credibility stuff. But you know, when I think about it, you know, it's not really about them, because when I look on the Facebook, you know, Mo Ali, Stephen Johnson, Patrick Hunter, they're telling the Liberian people to not go for protest. And they, you know, they did similar thing yesterday. So I said, but this thing it's not about Malu. We got to support this thing. Let the people come out and exercise a constitutional right. You know, and it was very important today. You know, even though today was a rainy day in Liberia, but it's still, you know, they still honor the rain up till evening hour, read a petition, you know, before they could leave, you know. So it's something that showed that they were resolved, you know, and it's a good one, you know. But let's see again. The leader said they gave the president 2 weeks, which is 14 days, to look into the petition. But you know, the president made a short statement today, and I see that to be a gossip. So Henry Costa and other people saying a short video of some of the protesters saying that, oh, we come to protest because they stop us from selling drugs. And this is normal. You can see this in public gathering. You know, the president spoke about that. And some simple mistake, you know, on the placard, they said, instead of saying Baka Ken La, they said Baka Ken La. And so he spoke about that too as well. Instead of looking into the guy's petition, call them for a meeting, you know, if they have, for example, 5 plight on a petition, tell them we can work on 2 for now or 3 and have a good conversation. But you listening to gossip, you know, your people sending you screenshot and you speaking about that clearly shows that he's not going to do anything about it, you know, the concerns the guy spoke about today. But you know, it was a good start, and you know, want to say thank you to the STEM group, Maba Molu, Axel Jackson, even Elizana from Grand Bassa County. So it was a great one today. Thank you.
Great. Tomalin George.
Before before you come here, I wanted to talk about what Siddiqui mentioned. Very good points. I listened to the clip of the president, and it's a bit sad because it tells you that they are keeping him in a bubble and only showing him what they want him to see. And when you do that with leaders, you're setting them up for failure. And unfortunately, that's what it appears to be happening. Because there were so many other things and issues that the protest spoke about. I mean, they talked about the rape incidents, 2,700 plus rape cases. Of course, there were people talking about the massacre in Kinjor. There were women talking about not getting paid. There were people talking about the hardship. There were serious bread and butter issues that the president, who's supposed to be the father of the nation, is supposed to acknowledge, just dismissed and focused on someone's poster who could have been a Unity Party planted person, or even the person speaking about, oh, the stop me from selling my drugs and my hustle. If that young man is not a Unity Party planted person, why hasn't he been arrested for admitting to selling drugs? So let's forget the propaganda and the politics. The issues that people came with were germane, genuine issues that the president, as father of the nation, should have been able to acknowledge, rather than basing it on what people say. He should know that hundreds and almost thousands of people will not leave their homes to come in the streets under the rain. They already say like brain people scared. The only thing the only thing they scared of that rain. If car honking behind them, no say, but you can blow your horn. And for them to get under the rain to come and protest meant they were passionate about the issues that they came out for. So, I think that was just the evidence that they're keeping him in a bubble. And I hope those who are listening, I know I'm friends with one of his daughters, and I always tell her, you have a special role to play. The officials and politicians around your dad will not tell him the truth. You are in a unique position to say, Daddy, yes, another angle. Look at this, look at that. And sometimes I think she does. So these are people who can help him better than the ones that are keeping him in a bubble to protect their jobs.
I got two questions.
Before you go to the question, what she just said about, people around the president not doing due diligence, not doing their job. We saw that on display when the president visited the White House, where all Liberians that were on TPS, their TPS have been revoked. People are about to be deported. And the first thing the president said was, Mr. President, we support making America great again. MAGA. So anybody who was a great advisor to the president who have educated him that using that word MAGA, identifying with the word MAGA in America among Black folks, why your people are being deported. Hundreds and thousands of TPS have been canceled. And you say you support that. That was a blatant, when we talk about ill preparedness or awareness of political situation. That was it. But go ahead. Go ahead, Tomalin.
I just want to ask two questions quickly. First, Mariah, it's good to see you. Good to have you at least getting off your bed. And I mean, it's after midnight in Liberia, but sorry, no. I mean, at least we're happy that you show up. But our first question is, what's the way forward after this protest now? What should happen? What should be the progressive steps taken now? What should happen? How should to sustain the momentum, to sustain the grievances that was expressed today? And lastly, I know there's a personal question, but why the UP folks, especially the male guys, why I see everybody can attack them, right? But why when you hit them, I mean, why they take it so personal? Like I know I went to an event today in a chat room and it was so personal. The person attacked you until everybody was getting mad. I mean, the person went off cuff. And I said, but why she said so much that got this individual acting like this, going off? I mean, what happened? I thought at one point in time all you guys were cool though, but as soon as you struck that needle, it's like the guys come out of character and just go after you. I mean, why?
Mariah,
I think I'll take
Mariah. I don't think you should answer that question. Let me help you. Tomalin, the reason is She's a very brilliant woman. Most of these men, they're not smart. They stand smart women. I have sisters that are very smart, and I know men can stand them. That's the simple reason. I'm a teacher.
Thank you.
I come across very smart girls in my class. And today, in today's education field, the top-notch students in your class are all women. For the past 5 years, I've been teaching in grade school. Those students who have made the top or tier, like outstanding honor roll, all girls. All girls. I'm not making
Thank
up.
you.
All girls. They can't stand people like this.
Thank
Okay,
you.
now
That's
for
true,
you.
but also let me
Address the question. Now you have to say it part. I'll say your own.
no, thank you. Tomalin, I think it's pretty simple. I'll say two things to that. One, the truth hurts. It's clear. The truth hurts. And you can say a lot of things about Mariah. It have for me to lie. I'm not perfect, but lying, I can't lie. Because what you do to me, you can be my bud. And so I may say it bluntly, I may say it as it is, people don't like it, but the truth hurts, and I tell them the truth. Two, as hard as I was on the CDC, I didn't know most of the CDC guys. I didn't really interact with them. I wasn't friends with them. I did not know them. It's interesting. It's actually, I think, second round when we the ANC endorsed the CDC, and before we even started talking to some of these guys. So I wasn't friends with them. The UB guys, we were friends, I thought. And I had known some of them since 2011, some even before, over 12, 13, 15 years. And so when you decide that you would take the position regardless of how long you've known anyone for, or whether it's about friendship, that it is about the country and not them, and put them on the spot and call them out and hold them accountable when everyone else is afraid to do that because they won't ask them for scratch card and gas, of course it will hurt them. Of course it will get them aggravated. And at the end of the day, I really don't care. So on the first issue as to way forward, I think there are two ways to it. One, from the side of the government, and two, from the side of STAND or the civil society and the organizers. From the side of the government, I think the president should acknowledge the petition. Even if it's not him directly, he should assign or designate someone to sit and talk with the organizers to understand what these issues are and how he can work around it. I know we give the CDC government heat, and even when we had the rape protests, that led to, when organizers met with the government, it led to the president declaring rape a national emergency and even coming up with a roadmap on how to address SGBV issues. So that was an outcome. They are listened. I think that it would do this government well if they listened, if they even made an effort to address some of the issues that were raised, especially to rape and other things. I mean, I'm a bit more passionate about that. On the hand of the organizers, I think they should stay engaged with the community. Remember, this was a community-based protest. They had announced this for months. They engaged the people. They were having community meetings. They were going into districts and areas to sit with the people, to talk to them, having town halls, sitting under the trees. You know, every day they were out in there. I think they should keep doing that. I think they should keep the structures active. I think they should keep the engagement going. I think they should stay in the communities with the people. When you do that, it's easier to get them out again, but it's also easier to start having community conversations around how they too can address some of these issues that are affecting them at the local level, at the grassroots level, at the community level. Look, Tomalin, sometimes we hope that change will come from the top, But we also have to acknowledge that sometimes change can come from the bottom. It may not be as effective, it may not be as fast, it may not be as widespread, but little by little, we can make change from the bottom. And so when you stay engaged with the people, you're able to also get solutions from them. People know what's affecting them, but sometimes they also know what the solution is. I always give an example of how some organizations will go into a village and say, oh, the people ain't get hand pump in the village. They're still fetching water from the creek or from the river. So we'll pay hand pump. And without consulting the people or asking if they actually want hand pump or anything, they go and construct a hand pump in the middle of the town and nobody uses it because that water that's out on the outskirts of the town, the river or creek that they can go to, it's their way of bonding with their friends when they're going to go draw the water. It's the time to, sit down and lecture. It's where they go for community. It's a part of their everyday work and stuff. So if you take that away from them, they're not going to stay in the middle of the town and be hitting that iron for water to come out of it. So it's their way of life, is their tradition. To change that, you have to ask them, what is the solution? If they're taking water from the creek and the creek dirty and the water is not safe for them, maybe you give them chlorine or you chlorinate the well or teach them how to make the water better, because that act of going to the creek with their friends and they put a bucket on their head and the lecturing, sometimes it's the women just getting away from their husbands and their children, and they and the girls just bonding to go to that creek to fetch water. So you coming into the town and saying, oh, but the solution is to put a hand pump here because the creek far from the town, the people walking long distance and the water not clean, but maybe that's not the solution they want. So you put a hand pump there and nobody will use it. Right? So with community development, we're finding solutions from the community level. You have to keep engaged with the people, and they too can be able to tell you what they think the solution to some of the problems they have are. But I think the way forward is both ways, both with the organizers and both with the government.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, it was Tip O'Neill that said all politics is local. So if you want to actually get solution, go and talk to the folks. Victor Namwe.
Yeah, thank you very much, Jerome, and thank you also to everyone, especially the latecomers. I know it's pretty early for some of you. Thank you for joining us. Sidiki, I believe it's around 2 o'clock. Councilor Ikura, and I think it's around 12 o'clock in Monrovia. Susan, probably around 10 o'clock. So thank you so much for joining us. I've been listening very keenly to the expressions here made. First of all, let me say the protest got off peacefully. I think that's commendable. We've already said that to the organizers and also the government people. I think they responded well. But I think the function of the success of this protest is yet to be determined. I think Ahmed said they intend to come out again in 14 days or so. I think there was some demands made on the government. And so, we'll be watching to see how the government will accede to their demands. But let's not be mistaken here. Yes, today is a shine. We have to give it to them. We're not going to rain on their parade. The both sides. But let's be honest, the conditions we're facing here today that these people were in the streets protesting about were essentially created by them and the CDC people. These two people are the same, one and the same. Let's not make a mistake. They created these conditions. They're protesting because this government came to rescue us from those positions, and it seems to be failing. I think that fact should not be lost on us. So, yeah, I appreciate what Councilor Ikula is saying. There is a need for a third option. I think this is a first choice to continue to subject us to a UP and CDC dichotomy in the Liberian political space. I think it's the first choice. Our people need to wake up. Otherwise, come 2030, they'll be out in the streets again protesting to another one of the two. I think we need to pay attention. So, yes, the protest, I have to give it to them. It got off well. some hitches here and there, but essentially it got off well. And I think the government did well because we were very worried with the posture that the Liberian National Police was adopting prior to the protest. Coming out and dancing and carrying on, trying to flex their muscle and all of that. And then we saw the incident at the True FN compound. So we were kind of concerned. But thankfully, everything got off peacefully. So we'll see. I think the government response not coming to receive the petition, I think that was ill-advised. I believe there was an attempt to minimize the protest, which I think is also ill-advised. Because when you do that, you only raise the profile of the protester. And then the president, to have made the comments that he made, he actually essentially recognized it. I believe he said it was a big protest, if I'm not mistaken. That's what I heard him say. So the fact that he decided to select a few, placards from the line and make a joke about it, but listen, this obviously will be shaking. I believe the foundations of this UP government has already been shaken. And like I said earlier, this is an attempt to break in the protest. They will be coming out again. So the government has to understand that it has been put on notice and notice. And so, we'll be watching. But let me leave a call on the table. If you don't like what you saw today, if you don't like what you saw on June 7th, find the third lane. We're here. Find us. And Susan will tell us who we are, because she knows where we are.
Great.
Well, I do have to say, I agree with you that both UP and CDC is responsible for what we are. But I always disagree with people who say CDC is responsible for what we are now. Let's not forget that we had 12 years of UP prior to CDC 6 years. And I was part of that 12 years. Did Madam do an incredible job? I think she did. Given where we came from in 2004, 2005, she did a pretty good job. But we as a country, we came out of the war with nothing, absolutely nothing. And there were lots of mistakes made. And as the current president said then, what was it? Squandered opportunities. And so those issues persisted. They stayed after UP first 12 years. CDC came, yes, they made some worse. They tried to fix them. And so it's a combination of both. And I don't think it's just CDC's mess that this current government is fixing. They're also fixing the issues from what was left behind 12 years ago as well. Because taking into consideration that even during CDC 6 years, UP's former officials were always referencing things that had started under the previous 12 years. Whenever CDC started a project or ended a project, they will always say it came from UP government. So it's a continuation of both the successes and the failures. And of course, CDC made some things pretty worse, but at the end, it's really a continuation of the government is continuity. But I do agree that for the past 20 years, it's been these two parties alternating power and being elected. And if Liberians want to change, they will find a third lane. If they don't want to change, we will have to deal with the revolving door with the CDC and the UP. And that is something that I don't know how much we can change that. We wait to see what happens. But anyways, I will stop there.
No, I don't disagree with you, Councilor. I think this is a Salinsa open it and minor closes situation we're on here. The UP people started. I mean, this generator eating more than us was started by the UP government.
Correct.
And the CDC came here and they exacerbated it.
Correct.
And this UP government 2.0 is here making it even worse. And so I'm telling you, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying collectively, the two of them over 20 years of our nation's lifetime has been committed to the suffering that these two people have left us. And they want to come back again. CDC 2.0. So you have UP 1.0, UP 2.0, CDC 1.0, C.0. They're not the only people who can solve our problems. Our people need to wake up. They obviously cannot solve our problems. It is very evident. That's the point I'm making. Well, thank
Great.
you.
Listen, Susan Wange.
Yeah.
Susan, are you
my
up?
brother, you jumping over me today. What's going on?
No, I'm coming because we got another lady here. Let me go to her then come to you. Susan, I know they say we gotta wake up. I know you're a CDC woman. Are you up? You want to ask a question? I know you want to also return to CDC 2.0. Is that true?
Yes, we have to balance the equation. So, Mr. Nangbe, I'm sorry, we need to balance that equation. Okay? Yeah, man.
You about 2.0, you be fair, get CDC 2.0, then it go 3.0 and 3.0, and nobody else gets a check. Go ahead, Susan, real quick.
Well,
talking about there.
Yeah, the issue I have with Mr. Nangbe is just sitting, like, he's always on the internet here, especially on this platform, talking about how he wants change. But we just organized a protest. We didn't see any member from CMC. What happened?
How you know?
We were no member, nobody. We actually came on social media, especially my platform. We were able to raise funds. Nobody from CMC donated. Prove me wrong, Mr. Nangbe.
Oh, you want me to answer that?
Wait. We get it. Yes, I want you to
I
answer.
thought you were in flight, and so
yeah. So well, first of all, yeah, I will leave it with you later on for
you want me to answer that again? I can answer it.
Susan was a rhetorical question, right?
Let me answer you. CDC has contributed through this platform to enhance the coverage. We did that. We've contributed in several different ways. Members of our CMC, we're all over the place. So you don't know that, Susie. But officially, our position was we are not going to help you go from UP 1.0 to UP 2.0 and go from CDC 1.0 to 2.0. We're not going to do that. The two of you have demonstrated
protests, or are you guys planning? Do you guys have any future plan of getting out on the street to say CDC bad option, UP bad option? We are here. What are
we
some
have
of the
our ways.
challenges
I'm sure you witnessed what happened in Bapulu over the past couple of days. That's what we do. That's what we're doing.
All right. Anyways, let's just move forward.
Yeah, ask you one question.
I don't have a question for Moira. I just want to say, Moira, just keep up the great work. I mean, politics, especially Liberian women, once you are involved, there are so many things. I go through the same thing on my social media platform. I think mine is even worse. They drag me, they insult me, they say whatever. It's just another form to intimidate women for not speaking out and not being ourselves. So, I mean, continue putting pressure, more pressure. And this is not just about the Unity Party folks. It's about the betterment of Liberia, what we are wanting. I'm not saying this because CDC is not in power. I was one person when CDC was in power. I used to highlight other things as well. So the only thing I have to say, because you're part of the closing argument, so I don't consider you here as a guest. Just continue pushing. Don't let you've been in the game before me anyways, but just woman to woman, my form of encouragement to you, keep pressing that button. Give them pressure. That's all I can say. Yeah.
There was a song called Pressure. Let's go ahead, Ms. Garguah, before you give me pressure. Go ahead. What's your question?
No, I think you are. I mean, maybe because we're from Bassa, so you're trying to disrespect.
We're not here on the platform.
I know there are more Nibalians on the platform, but but listen, I just want to say it's unfortunate because and I know he's listening, but my friends know where I stand. And before I make the point about, I think Tomalin asked the question about why do they get so mad at Moriah? And I think Gongloe did an excellent job answering that question. But I think it's more to that. I think that I saw my dear friend and brother, and by the way, George Lobo and I brothers, Politics don't come against us, brothers. We go back and forth and we laugh. But I saw my brother today while the protest was going on. He was driving in a great car, and he had 2 bodyguards in the back of his car. And I laughed. I said, "Wow, Mr. Number, can you imagine?" My brother was driving. He was. I said, "Oh, I can let you driving," but he never drives. But when the June 7 protest was going on, we were debating fiercely about the importance of the protest and the same issues or concerns that we have right now about the voices behind the protest. Even though he didn't agree with the voices behind the protest, he supported the protest because it aligned with what the opposition wanted against the then CDC. And so the reason why I think these guys are mad are people like Mariah is that in Liberia, when you have people who are outspoken and they are not part of the government, they are not part of the table, they are not getting the juices, right? And they continue to live similar life as those who are in government, people get angry. Because we have a society where people are dependent on government. You know, the reason why good men and women in government don't speak up is not because they concur with what's going on. It's because they are afraid to lose what they are given on a monthly basis. The reason why I don't give a damn is because no one can pay my bills. No one can put food in no one can afford my lifestyle. Even if I were to go to Liberia, the government cannot afford me. I have to consult with them on a discount level. So when Mariah continues to have that sharp mouth and she's smart, she don't need gas, but she's driving a nice car and gas inside. She don't need a stress car, but she can access the internet every day. Today, almost 12 o'clock now, she still got internet. Her internet not going. Like my brother, what he needed, close brother. Abu is working government, but his internet always going. Mariah internet ain't go yet, ain't darknet yet. And she's not dependent. There's a dependency syndrome in our country. So it angers them. They get so mad. This is the reason why they get so mad at her. But I think the question that we've got to ask ourselves is that are we really tired? Is enough actually enough? Because Mariah said something I thought was profound at the beginning of her statement. When the opportunity for real change were presented, the doors were shut. Alice Cummings presented that. Okay, if you didn't want Alice Cummings because you thought he surrounded himself with the same character, even though he would have called the shot. Okay, you had Dr. Clarence Monduba. Okay, if you didn't want Clarence Monduba, you had the Gongloe. Even though he was doing his broom thing, and you laugh at him, you thought it was weird. If you didn't want him, there were other candidates. As we speak right now, you have other people who are part of the third lane. So if we are truly tired, okay, then we must go beyond protest and make better choices. We must go beyond protest and make better decisions. This is what angers me, my elder brother Namwe. We understand that we don't have jobs. And I'm going to be very clear here. The inability to create jobs does not just fall on Unity Party laps. It just didn't fall on CDC because Unity Party had 12 years. And the biggest job they created came from O'Mill. When O'Mill left, we saw the decline in the private sector. So they didn't have any economic policy, Mr. Namwe, that created thousands of jobs for Liberians. Because if they did, we would have seen the increase in the private sector job growth. Government remained the highest employer in the country. And so if we're serious and really tired, we have the power to make critical changes. And these changes are not dependent on no politics. It's about number. But these changes are based on what we've tried and have not worked and what we have that we have not tried. So let's make the decisions we have to make in the interest of our own families, in the interest of our country. If you're sick and tired, and if you think enough is enough, then you have to tell your friend, you know what, my brother, I love you, but you know what, we try you. My sister, I love you, but
but we try you. I may not love this guy right here. I may not like Alex Cummings. I may not like Dr. Clarence Moduba. I may not like the 3rd lane, the 4th, the 10th lane. But how about we try them? We have not decided that yet, Mr. Gateman. And so you know what? We will continue in this circle. We will continue to talk. So my only, I don't have a question for Mariah. My only, and I know people that I've talked to on the phone all the time, and I've told them, oh, Mariah, we like her, but she just got shot mouth. Let her continue to speak up. Because if you try her, then you will face us. But the fact of the matter is, these guys, all of us, the Moluba, Moluo, all of these guys, if we are truly tired of the nonsense, 2029 is right around the corner. We have choices other than what we currently have. Are we going to make the sacrifice in the interest of our country, of our children, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren? Or are we going to make the sacrifice in the interest of our political parties and our political alliances? Let's wait and see what happens.
Thank you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we got this here. Someone said to me, they have sent me stuff. If you clean up the House and the Senate, those idiots there, you're going to replace them with what you said, you will replace them with absolute idiots. Who do we have in the bullpens? The Mariahs of the world, the Gongloes of the world, the Nyenwolos of the world, the Pewees. We are in the United States, or we in our penthouses, and we expect change to happen, but we're not putting ourselves to say, you know what, we are going to go into the trenches to replace the idiots. Then you replace the idiot with absolute idiots. Then the circle continues. Kroma, you've been here for a while. You have not said anything. Siliki.
Yeah, I'm about to close. So, Brother Robert, thank you.
Already, Sleeky spoke already.
No, man.
You let me speak for the last time, please. I'm about to go.
Go ahead and speak, my brother. Go ahead. You
Brother Robert, thank you so much for your point.
Around to my place today, he's every last thing observing.
Okay, after here, I'm coming back to you.
Ambassador, please give me 1 minute, Ambassador.
Go ahead.
Can y'all let the ANC brother speak?
Listen, do. Go ahead, ANC.
Siddiqui, protected.
You know that I'm a sympathizer to the ANC, so I will let the ANC man stop. ANC man, go ahead.
Thank you. Again, Brother Robert, thank you. You know, especially, you know, when you spoke about both the CDC and UP guys' attitudes. You know, and surprisingly tonight, I'm seeing Susan motivating the COS, Mariah, and all of that. It is just a testament of how the both people behave. You know, I remember when the CDC was in power, bulk of the CDC people, I'm not saying Susan particularly, but they would say, I get too rude. I can't support Kumi because of her. You know, I can never support Kumi. She gets shot more. And today, you know, they are best of friends. You know,
but Siddiqui, I don't expect you to say this, though. You should know what they can do.
I know, right?
No,
you should know what part they can do, so you shouldn't be recounting or recalling. Go ahead.
No, what I'm trying to do, I agree. We can have.
Do you also want me to remind you? Go ahead.
Hey, you give the brother a chance. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, but you know, Sylvester, we can have different views and all of that. But I don't think it's fair we try to question people's credibility simply because they are opposing us. And we know that's not who they are. But we try to make them appear like that in the public simply because they are critical about us and all of that. But again, the Liberian people, we are looking up to every Liberians. You know, whether you're in Liberia or not, you know, the ball is in our hands. Clearly, CDC and UP cannot be the change, you know, and we have to do something about it. And this is why, you know, I personally, I decided to start supporting the protest that was held today, because this thing is way bigger than, you know, than Mobile Molu, the rest of the folks who were organizers of this protest. And here is what I say, you know, to conclude. You know, the presidency, most Liberians, we take the presidency to be like a football game. When a football game starts, the coach, you know, get a absolute right to make a change, whether 5 minutes go into the game or 2 minutes. The coach can say anybody down. But when you go to a ballot box and elect somebody as a president, it comes with a time frame. In the case of Liberia, it's 6 years. So even no amount of protests will organize in Liberia that will take Joseph Boakai off, if it's 6 year mandate not come to an end. And this is why we should be serious when we letting people. We are too sentimental, we Liberians, and the reason some people are speaking up to this is because CDC not in power. But you put CDC back, the same thing Baba Moluda on the screen today. People will get on the screen for the same thing. So we got to open our eyes and understand that the world is moving. And one of the things that I saw today again, that was very disappointing. I think Brother Tomalin shared in the chat room. The ambassador that appeared a few months ago called Christopher, I think he's ambassador on, I don't know, tourism or something like that. I think Christopher something, I just forget about his name. He went to Joseph Boakai, he printed a shirt, I don't say gentleman English and something like that.
That call artist.
Thank you. So they spoke together. They took a photo, for the president to even accept that kind of thing. So he went, he printed a T-shirt. Best speaking president, and he and Boakai, they took a photo, and now they are passing around with that picture on Facebook. So that's your business for you to settle, but you stay behind the English business, and it's very, very disappointing. But thank you. It was a good, show tonight, and good night for my end. Thank you.
Great, Mr. Kehleboe, I have to come to you because I have not come to you, and then when you're done, she has to give her parting statement. But while she's thinking about that,
so you want to me to do?
Let me quickly say thanks to Sneaky because he leaves. Sneaky, thanks for the compliment.
Honestly, I'll reserve my time today.
Okay, reserve your time. Maria,
the reason why I would do that is that everything Mariah is saying tonight, right? If they say there was a parliamentarian process, I will second the motion, right? So for that reason, I will. But another thing I want to say to my dear brother, dear left, is that he was surprised by what Susan said just now. Look, politics got a way of bringing strange bedfellows together. There will be a conversion point. I said, and that's the time now, right? CDC is the opposition.
We can choose opposition.
Yeah, so unfortunately there were, but
okay, guys.
So I got to say today. I will listen to what Mariah have to say. If the council will move on.
Yeah, let Kehleboe talk, but I want to have a
has spoken already. So
one minute. Mariah, I want you to think about the possibility of Joseph Boakai appointing 5 justices. Just think about that. Yeah, go ahead, Kehleboe.
Oh no,
is that a threat to democracy?
All right. Yes.
From the legal perspective, that's a threat to democracy. No, I'm not coming at
Kehleboe finish.
Okay. Finish. I'm just telling you something before
you when you start talking, you can't even give others chance to talk.
Go ahead.
I don't know how you got a foreign ministry.
You got me at time now.
That's not an attack. I'm just reminding
you. Got me at time you. You people are quiet. I will meet.
This whole argument about the tail link, I think many of us have made this argument times without number. But we have to be deliberate and we have to have a strategy about it. We can't just talk about the tail link. Because, if you think of where we are today, and I will put it this way, Mariah, because you are one of the strong voices for the tail link. The situation in Liberia is such that the sooner we recognize that there are 2 powerful forces that are controlling the country. The group that are called the elite capture, the likes of Thomas Fala, Jeremiah Kun, Prince Moi, Abochie, the guys who sit at the legislature and essentially control our national coffers. They decide what goes in the end. By extension, business people, they are partner in the private sector that constitute the state capture. They go to them and say, for this budget year, your postal thing there. Look, I remember sitting down when I worked for government in the executive budget committee, and I saw some business people telling the people who control the process that, this other ministry does not have much there. This other ministry does not have much for lubricant because they are the suppliers in this ministry. So if we don't deal with this situation, where we dismantle the state culture and the elite capture. We don't deal with that. We can fight corruption in the periphery. These people have enormous money in the system, in the country, that when we go to any election, they're going to make your message look bad. Because citizen action is based on education. Liberia is not a progressive country for multiple reasons. You know, we didn't go through liberation struggle. We didn't go through many other things. So our people are not really progressive. We don't fight for things that we want. We don't fight for things we believe in. Look, we did a survey when I was at the Ministry of Labor, or called Human Rights Survey. It was just a standalone model added to the labor force survey. And that survey actually brought out something that was striking. In the rural area, the respondents from the rural area, they blame human rights people for all the problems in the country. They say children don't respect their parents, children don't do this. They say that human rights people telling them not to respect them. When human rights issues is about actually protecting everyone, giving voice to everyone, giving space to everyone, you know, but the rural respondents were blaming human rights organizations. So you can see that it will take a lot of education. And the guys with the money, the elite capture and the state capture are actually spending that money to confuse the masses. And this is what we're seeing with this Unity Party 2.0 and the struggle for CDC 2.0 to come by. We as a country, we have to choose that, what we want. But on the question of the tail link, for example, I see that those who in the opposition recruiting for each other, that doesn't make sense. I come to Tomalin George are recruiting. If you want to make a tail link argument to be substantive, those who have the institution should go to the ruling party and say, you know what, you are a supporter of the ruling party. Has your life changed for the past 22 years? If the answer is no, talk to them. Let's begin to see some big weight from the Unity Party. Even some of the folks that they lied to them during the election, they never got job. Some of the people told them that NGO, y'all lost your NGO job because CDC made NGO to leave the country, you know, which was not really the fact. No international NGO has returned since they came to power. They have not got the NGO job they thought they would get when Unity Party win. Go to them. If you can win them over, then we know that you're making a stronger argument for the third party. But to just be recruiting among opposition, the other person has left CDC, the other person has left ANC. I mean, it doesn't make sense to me. It's like you are not making progress. If you recruit among your children to be your ally in your game, you recruit your neighbor or go outside the next block, get somebody who does not know you to say, oh, I heard about you. And I think this is what the opposition should begin to think about. Other than that, the state capture and the elite capture will continue to dominate. We'll be wasting our time. We're just going to be talking. And that's my point on that.
So, Kehleboe, let me give you this quickly. And I will forgive you for saying that because I understand you're talking from the outside. You don't know what we're doing, but come on in and you'll see what we're doing. I'll leave it there.
To be in, though.
But then you have to understand.
I'm a consumer.
Liberia.
I'm a consumer of public information.
Guys,
so what I see out there, we actually.
Guys, she gave us an hour. That's enough.
Yeah, let the woman flow.
She has to go to work. Your parting comment, but don't forget, you just retired. Wolo Colley will be retiring in 2 years. Kaba will be retiring in 3 years. Bese will be retiring in 2029 before. So Joseph Boyka are going to have the opportunity to appoint all 5 justices. Your take on it as a leader.
And all members of the National Elections Commission too.
That's but correct. The president still gets what he wants, regardless.
Listen. Are you Kekula now? I mean, Yekula now?
Let my sister go, but it's insignificant.
Okay, please. No, it's not.
Even Mr.
You're not a lawyer. You're a lawyer from somewhere from Basel. You're not a real lawyer. Go ahead.
Okay, so I I'll be a bit more cautious.
Yeah, and I was just about to say.
You remember?
I was just about
a
to
member
go
of the bar.
The reason I'm saying that in the United States, they will say, you know, they will say,
I will get there.
this person's court, that person's court. So this just a workers' court. Here we, you know, we have.
I'll get there.
Guys, can you? There you go.
Thank you. The reason people oppose a president appointing so many justices on the bench, for example, especially in the US, is because they have ideologies. So there are liberal justices, there are conservative justices. And, you know, there's an issue with whether Obama should appoint in his last year as president. And then there was also an issue about whether Trump should appoint a justice in his last year as well. So those debates come up and happen because of the different views that these justices to the U.S. Supreme Court may hold. If they're liberal, there are issues that the U.S. government and the society and the people have that they may likely go to court on. So whether it's, you know, issues around life, liberty, property, sexuality, birth control, abortion, all of these issues and stuff like that, right? That's what makes it a bit more of an issue-based appointment in terms of the president appointing so many conservatives or so many liberals. And you see how the bench in the US changes and flips depending on what president appoints. In Liberia, we don't have too much of that problem because we don't really have liberal or conservative justices or judges or practitioners who may get on the bench. And it's hard to really assess, you know, their ideologies and values. However, you could assess people that are being nominated already based on their views. Some are very traditional. And with that, it may cause for concerns, especially if you don't think they're going to be progressive enough to follow the changing world that we have. So whether it's issues around FGM, issues around rape, issues around women's sexual and reproductive health rights, affirmative action, if those issues ever get tested at the level of the Supreme Court, and you have all these very traditional justices who are either maybe a bit too old, which I will come to, or way too traditional to adjust to the changing times, it could affect our laws as well. But mostly that fear or that concern is with the legislature, because we don't really test these things at the Supreme Court like they do in the US. So for the president or any president to appoint justices, it just falls within the tenure of their presidency. It could have been a different president. He would have had to appoint all of these justices when they retired. What I think the main issue is, and it's in two folds, is one, the age of retirement for our justices. And I know this went to a referendum and Liberians rejected this 75 years, and they took 70 years or either that, but they came to 70 years. As the world progresses and as life expectancy increases, 70 years, it is not a good time to retire justices. Why do I say that? If you look at most of the justices who've been retired, they are literally very still sharp and have so much to contribute to our jurisprudence. From Justice Banks, Justice Garguah, Justice Glorious Mususka, Justice, name the what's the former justice name? I forgot. But some of them are also still practicing. Some of them are teaching. Some of them are still involved in the practice of law. and they have so much to give, but we've retired them. Some of them have maybe another 10, 15 years, or even 20 years to live. The U.S. justice system gives justices life tenure. And when that happens, and I'll come back to why it's also dangerous for us with the 70 years. When that happens, justices don't have to think about retirement or retirement benefits, or who's going to threaten retirement benefits, or how to make decisions, or who to appease or not. When you are retiring justices at 70 and they still have 10, 15 years of their life left to work, they're going to be concerned and worried about life after the bench. What that does is it keeps them concerned about even decisions they're making, who they are hurting or not, who they're offending, and how these people in power could come back after them when they're off the bench. It's human nature. And so when you see issues around people complaining, oh, why people are making these decisions or not, a lot of things may go into that. You, as a person coming off your retirement at 70 and still having so many years left, first of all, you're not even going to be able to go back. Imagine a justice come off the bench and then go in front of magistrate or judge to practice law. It doesn't help our jurisprudence. The other thing to that is the appointments of justices in their late 60s, which gives them maybe 5 years max on the bench. The appointment is will and pleasure of the president, but it does not make judicial sense, because by the time a justice gets to the bench, it takes about a year or two to really get acclimated and start really getting in the zone, and then they have to start thinking of retirement. So you don't even have the time to build a culture on the bench, to build relationships on the bench, to build, camaraderie in a way that you can really focus on the work to be done. By 2-3 years, you already think of retirement in the next 2 years. So hopefully we see younger justices being appointed who don't have to think about retirement in 2-3 years or 4 years. And it will help the independence of the jurisprudence. Whether we like it or not, these justices are humans. They have a life after the bench. If we're putting them too close to retirement, it affects sometimes decisions that they may make because there are other things to consider. We should not be putting our justices in that position. So if the president is appointing, my issue will not be about him appointing justices, because it's his right to do so, is his constitutional duty to do so, and he's the president now, and unfortunately all of these justices are retiring at 70. What the issue will be, and what the, I guess, consideration or suggestion will be, is appoint younger justices. If you're appointing a justice at 55, that's 15 years on the bench. That's good enough years, even 57, 58, to be able to just be themselves, to really focus on the work to be done. But if you're appointing a justice at 67, 68, 65, that's giving them 2 to 3, 5 years on the bench. And I don't think it's good for our jurisprudence. So that would be my feedback on the issue of the president appointing all of these justices or replacing them by 2029. And yes, they all may have to be replaced by 2029. So going into 2029 elections, we may have a completely new bench. You're muted.
Want to disturb you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you were listening, you are getting a potpourri of ideas and the conversation. We are talking about law, we're talking about politics, we're talking about protest, we're talking about personality. To be fair to the president, he has just nominated
So when you hear the basketball speak English?
Potpourri.
He just nominated this man. I think he's way younger. His name is Councillor Kane. President Joseph Yuma Boakai has nominated Councilor Boakai and Kenneth to replace Justice Wese in his position. So yes, you are right. I don't know his age, but he looks much younger. Maybe, hopefully this is a recent picture. He looks much younger than everybody else. But yes, in the United States, we had a court, the Supreme Court. There was a justice, Chief Justice Warren, that is so popular, and he was so impactful that they called that court, the Warren's court, during his tenure. So this is why we are saying they are appointed for life. That means until they can either die or they are incapacitated and they can't. But at 70, that's true. Basically, it's going there. He will be retiring at 2029. So that means he's about 65, 66 years old. And that's not fair to our system. That's not fair. Tomalin, our guest is about to leave. Send her off.
Yes, I want to say thank you again, Council. I know we took you off your bed, but sometimes on a day like this, it's necessary. And we know we just want to, like Susan said, keep on pressing, keep your foot on the pedal. We don't have much too much. As I would tell people, if you check it now, Madam Studies, she left the stage. But now, how many really top female we have on the stage now? We don't know. Like you, Charlene, you guys are on the stage. I mean, the protest.
But you also have the press secretary, even though her voice have changed now, the Mariah friend.
Yeah, pull out there too, Cornita there, all of them. Suzanne.
That's my girl.
Y'all is on the stage now, so watching everybody.
Somebody said, busy asking the president they can talk to the passport that to readjust the age on the passport.
Yeah, but I want to say thank
you. He was confirmed today, so he's now the Chief Justice. So
yeah, they said they want to do some.
It's late. It's too late.
When the Chief Justice will hold you contempt. No, but thank you guys. And
issue, which is important. But I think we should look more on the records of these lawyers that are appointed. What was
I agree too.
Practice? Because the Supreme Court, there are a lot of things we've heard from lawyers that they've gone through with justices at the Supreme Court.
That's a whole different conversation. I do agree with that.
I know lawyers, you can't go there, but I can go there. You know, I mean, so I think we should look more on the character. Some of these, for example, Boakai Kenneth, I know him. Let's see if we can look at his record at the Law Reform Commission.
I mean, after that part, they married him. All right. The president asked the national bar to help him, but
so you want to go government reform? You want to go foreign minister to see what he did foreign minister?
You got somebody on the phone.
Somebody like you, or you
can say something. Okay, guys, the chairman want to say something. Go ahead, chairman.
You want to say all home? You want to say all goodbye?
My chairman Joel Lebron and
wait, who chairman you talking about now?
Where's the chairman?
Well, who chairman you know? Who chairman?
It's 12:58. I want to say,
oh God,
Mo, I want to say how proud I am of you.
Is that the only time Ben can come on when Mariah is here?
I knew that we were going to.
What Ben does all of the time, he wants
relax.
He wants to be a newsmaker. Whenever you see somebody substantive on the platform, that's when he comes.
I said, Tommy.
Yeah.
Tell Kehleboe to relax yourself. Mariah, I just want to say I'm so proud of you. You represent the future of our country. I remember the first time we had conversations about politics, and you bring a breath of fresh air. And I want to say I've been listening, and I'm so proud of you. Today democracy won in Liberia. And no matter what people may want to say, at the end of the day, I think the country, we have to encourage people to be able to speak their mind. And listening to you and all that you have analyzed, I know you can give people too much hard time. And I've been telling you over and over. I say, sometimes take time, my small sister. Just take time. And I know Robert Garguah can be cheering you on because he didn't let trouble. Don't mind everything. But I just wanted to say I've been listening and I thought it was a fascinating conversation. You know, I've been in Monrovia for the last couple of days, and you know, I've had mixed feelings, you know, but I will say this is because of people like Moriah Yakula Kokpo that this country has hope. No matter what your politics is, no matter what your side you're on, you know, I remember you very, 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 very. I just remember like yesterday when we had these discussions, and to see you morphed into this icon for young women. I was having a conversation today with a group of young women, and one of them said to me, they said they saw you in fact, actually, I promised this young lady, I said, I'm going to introduce you to her. She said she saw you at Calabash with your husband, with Michael. And she tried to go to talk to you, but she was extremely shy. And I said to her, oh no, but you should have gone to talk to her. You know, but, and she said, oh, you know her? She said, well, you're the one from Closing Argument. I said, yes. I said, I'm going to go ahead and make that introduction. So, Mariah, I just want to say how proud we are of you. You've come a long way. You've broken a lot of barriers. Councillor Kokpa, I want to say, because you know you were an attorney, then you became councillor. It's not a small feat. You know, tonight I want to call to honor you. I'm not talking about Robert. I'm not talking about Mr. Namwe. I'm not talking about Pewee. I'm not talking about Tomalin. Nobody I'm talking about tonight. Mariah, I just want to say how proud I am of you. Because I remember you walking the streets, passing out Team Sanvee flyers, and I know we talk about all of this. So I just want to say how proud we are of you, and keep the fire burning. And the country is going to be okay. You know, the country is going to be okay. Look, whether we like it or not, we want to see the government succeed, because if the government succeeds, the country succeeds. At the end of the day, I think I will urge the government to listen to the protesters from today. I will urge them to take these things serious, because at the end of the day, this is what democracy is about. I will end on this note. I see Robert putting his finger in the air because I think he has a question for me.
Yes, I do, because my wife.
We're not going to take questions.
My wife calling me.
Robert, you can't.
I gotta go. Please, the wifey.
Ben
calling me. I gotta go.
Manager, I can see it now.
The wifey.
The man campaign manager. I can tell now. Mariah, you got a job. The job is yours. If you don't want it, tell Ben you are the campaign manager. You will do it. Yes.
I want to say this.
Somebody calling me.
Robert, the man talking.
No,
the man wait. That's my brother. Ben Sanvee.
You know, Barack Obama said something. Barack Obama said something. He said, the most important office in a democracy is the office of citizenship.
That's correct.
And women like Moriah Yakula Kokpo shows us the power of citizenship. So I want to end on that note before Robert asks me any controversial question which I will not answer.
Please.
I will not dive into anything controversial.
Tomalin, please, Tomalin. Tomalin, please give me 1 minute.
No. Listen. Mo Ali.
Give me, you want to take over the show, or you want us to guess?
Oh, okay, go ahead.
I had a conversation.
Yeah, try to put it in order, man.
And he know the conversation we had today. And I don't want to bring it to the public, but he know the conversation we had today. But like I said, this is one of the reasons why I've chosen to call, because I think Moriah is a pillar for young women. And I know the amount of young women she inspires in this country, even if she doesn't know it. There are people watching you, Moriah. Keep on doing what you do.
This is not about partisanship. This is not about ANC or CDC. This is about speaking truth to power. No matter what happens, presidents come and they go, but the country lives, right? So we're gonna do that. In fact, by the way, Moriah, tomorrow, you have dry rice on me tomorrow. I will find you. We will go and sit and eat some dry rice. We're gonna
political leader. They giving the camping man your dry rice.
Give me one
minute.
Please give me 1 minute. Send Mariah's phone.
That's more.
Ben Sanvee.
Mariah, you were not sleep till now.
No, my wife called me.
I can talk to my husband. I think.
Let me see 1 minute and I go. My wife calling me, but I have 2 hours. My wife calling me.
Robert, I wake up
she's married. She got her family to go to. Go ahead, real quick. 1 minute.
I'm here till 11 o'clock. Can we just conclude and try and get out? Just
but you think
why you want to say every day 1 minute, 1 minute?
Robert, just go.
Robert, talk.
Go ahead, man.
God.
You just go.
Listen, this is not about Mariah.
I'm listening.
And I hope it will be 1 minute. 1 minute can be 5 minutes.
One question has to get a pre. Go ahead, man.
Go ahead.
I'm listening. Any question?
Yeah, 1 minute can be 5 minutes.
I don't have a question. I only wanted to say, I know my brother with Russell is on, and I love to see Russell on. I gotta say that. But before I go, Tomalin, they chairman Ben Myean. This is my brother here. I was sitting on national radio. You know, somebody had to call me. You know, somebody had to call me to tell me. Somebody had to call me to tell me the man in Liberia.
Oh, really?
She carried the reason. She carried the reason.
So my only thing I want to say here is, Mr. Nambo and all of y'all, this man will pay fine when you come back in. That's all I want to say. Mariah,
I will pay the fine, my brother.
Let me say this,
Let me say happy birthday to Mr. Namwe, but let me say this to Robert. Happy birthday, Mr. Namwe. You know you're a big brother. You're an inspiration.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate it. But let me ask you this before you end.
You are very few. You walk in a league of great men, and you know how much I respect you. But let me say this, Robert. My plan, I did think about going to Liberia, but originally I was going to Ghana to visit my friend, and big brother, President Mahama. And when we after our conversation, I thought it was necessary to come to the country. And I heard today. Let me state for the record. Let me state it on TCA because TCA is my platform. I heard my friend and brother Stanton talking today. Oh, I came because I was coming to organize protest. Listen, we've done protests in this country. We've done protests in this country. We support the rights of our people to peacefully assemble. And that's what they did today. We support the rights of our people, but we had no role in organizing this protest. But I support their right to assemble. I think what they did today was honorable. They were peaceful. And I think the government appreciated it. I had a conversation with the police IG today, and he also appreciated the peaceful nature. But I will state for the record that, look, Mariah knows. I think most of you, Tommy, you know, we have a lot of scars on our body. We have worked, we have labored for this democracy, and we will continue. We will continue to labor for this democracy. We're going to continue to encourage the young people to continue in the direction that they need to go. And that's why we support people like Mariah Yakula Kopo to guide the next generation of leaders. And I'm telling you, because I'm telling you the impact this young woman is doing, she's making in this country, people don't understand. There's a silent majority who follow women like Mariah Yakula Kopo. And so, some of us now, we may be young, but we've been in this game since we were 16, and we've inspired a generation of leaders. And we want to say that I think today democracy won. And I want to thank the government. I want to thank the protesters. I want to thank everybody. Today was peaceful. We drove around the country, no problems, nobody. I think there was just one or two little incidents, but I think at the end of the day, this is what we fought for. This is what Mr. Nangbe and his colleagues fought for. Multi-party democracy, for people to be able to speak in the way they want to speak, even if they are agitated. The government, the Constitution is very clear. All power is inherent in the people. The people have the authority to alter the government for their good. And I will only urge the government to listen to the cries of her people. And whatever it is, to start to correct it. I see my brother Pewee is on. I see everybody, the neo-progressive. We've had several meetings across the political spectrum. If you notice, I haven't been posting pictures. It's been intentional because I've been intentional. We've passed that stage. We are now transitioning into the conversation where we are being constructive.
I mean, you still pay the fine. All that talking you're talking, you still pay.
Ben, I see you. According to my husband. Anybody notice that Ben talking like that?
Right, you need to respond. You need to respond. You need to respond. Don't just say you see us. You need to respond. You need to respond.
Mariah, the man saying are you taking the job or you're not taking the job?
I mean, in response,
I'm being your
campaign manager.
But listen, it's hard. I'm not going to fool anybody. I get it, but it's hard, and sometimes you wonder if it's worth it. You know, but I guess only time will tell. You put yourself out there. You do things that people don't have the guts and gumption to do, and then some of these same people come back, you know, and try to attack you. But I tell people the one thing that keeps me going is how much I love my country. I love Liberia. The other day somebody said, "Well, tell you had American citizenship," and I said, "No, I don't." And people said, "Oh, but it's yeah, American." I said, "But how people can lie?" Because every time I even had an opportunity to pursue it, I came back to Liberia. I just, you know, love my country. But sometimes you have to ask, does your country love you?
Yes.
Does your country love you? Wow. And I think on that note, I will end on that note, because Liberians have to recognize and understand that sometimes most of the things we fight for is not for ourselves. And I will speak for myself. You know, I'm fortunate, I'm blessed to have a good life. Do things, you know, are things perfect? No, but I can afford to maintain my lifestyle. I can work and make the money to sustain my lifestyle. My husband can do the same to sustain our family. So when we speak about the issues affecting the country, it's not necessarily us. I could decide to move out of Liberia today, tomorrow, with my family, and still, you know, have a good life. But what good is it having a good life when vast majority of the people around you do not? What difference does it make for you to live a good life when your neighbors and your friends and the masses cannot even afford to find food to eat, to feed their children, to pay their school fees, to pay their hospital bills? That's when you speak up and speak out. I can decide not to work in government for the next 10, 15 years, and I'll still be good. I will still be okay. So it's never really about me. I will still make my travels to the US and other countries. I will still take my vacations. I will still live in a good home, ride a good car, send my son to one of the best schools. God got me. I can make the money to live that lifestyle. But can a vast majority of the people? No. So when we put ourselves out and become targets from the powers that be because we make them uncomfortable, And yet the people we're doing it for become the ones that are used by the power that be to come after us and insult. Then what's the point? You ask yourself, is it worth it? But as much as we love our country, it's time to ask, does our country love us too?
Great job.
Good night, guys. Have a good night.
I get my time to Susan. My rest of my time to Susan. Get my time to Susan.
You got no time. You got no time here to give. Just get out of here. Thank you very much.
So we can have dry rice at around 12 or 1, and we're gonna have some conversation.
You got a call.
I would tell you that I don't have an answer to the question, but I'll tell you that you are inspiring a generation of people in this country that you probably don't even know. I have been quietly walking the streets disguised with a cap on my head and asking these questions.
Good night, man. I will see. I'll see you before you leave.
Anybody you see the
show tomorrow, Eddie. Count the show, Eddie, man. Let's close the show and move on.
Yes,
anybody you see Monrovia walking around with cap, knock their head.
The fact that since this government came to power,
we'll speak tomorrow, but Tomalin, I want to thank you for.
The fact that since this government came to power, Ben has not said anything about this government, but he's passing on the street of Monrovia, this guy, asking questions is quite concerning because these were some of the things I was discussing on my platform. All right? We have here, your man and Henry Costa
somebody
out there talking all kinds of stuff.
Susan, let me say this.
It's like people's man. They're all yours.
Susan, let me say this. And let me speak to Susan quickly. Susan, let me say this.
No, Ben, please wants to see our birthday once I want the money. Happy birthday from
Yeah, no, but Tommy, let me wrap up.
Let's see the next one. The man gotta go home.
I'll call you. Tommy, I'll call you. Let me wrap up. Let me deal with Susan quick. Let me talk to Susan quick.
Wrap up in 30 seconds. Let's move from it. We gotta go.
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Yeah, 30 seconds. Earn that, then we'll leave the show. Then
Pewee, relax.
But we gotta go. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pewee, relax.
But then what you want to say? Since the government came to power, I've not seen 1 or 2 posts from you.
Yeah,
right.
Let me
to be honest for you. So if
no, Ben want to join his friend
right,
brother.
that he's doing, what if things has been so great?
But you gotta get a man chance to respond. Now go ahead.
Are you waiting for 2026?
You gotta get a man chance. You asking questions.
Get a chance. Let me speak. And we are on the show. Exactly. I'm not hiding.
Yeah, but Chairman, today's the Nangwe birthday. Once the man bury some food go now.
Yeah, we'll sing Mr. Nangwe birthday. I was still on the call and sing Mr. Nangwe birthday song. Mr. Nangwe is the ideologue. He's a history. He's a walking memorial. He's a walking historian. So we know that. But let me say this.
That's what Susan.
Let me say this. Let me say this to you. Susan, I've been in this fight. I've been in this fight since I was 16 years old. There comes a moment when you transition from advocates to you. There comes a time. Told me to stop making me laugh. There comes a time when you transition from advocates to activists, and then you transition to solution bearers. I am now in the space of solution bearing. I may not be screaming out loud and doing press conferences and screaming and doing podcasts and appearing on every show. But I tell you this, I will say this to you. We are engaging our stakeholders. We had consultations, we are speaking with people, and we are letting them know what our issues are. We are letting them know what the issues are. So, Susan, I want you to know this. Keep the fire burning. You keep the fire burning. Everybody keep the fire burning. Everybody is playing their part. This is not about who speaks the loudest. This is about who makes the greatest impact. By the way, the last statement I just made, I took from Victor Nangwe. He told me, he mentioned that to me. He's not on this, so he can confirm that he gave me that line. It's not about who speaks the loudest at a particular point in time. It's about who's making the
Do you we have to go
we have wrapped the ball, and we will continue in a direction, and we'll continue to move our country forward. So
give me. I know we got to go.
I can tell you we are making progress.
Ben is not sincere to us, and so just something I wanted to say here. Do you agree with what Costa said to you that the protest was not successful?
No, I don't. But Pewee, you know me to mince my words.
I'm asking you straight for Costa. Do you agree? What Costa said to you that the protest was not successful?
I said no, I don't.
So that means you agree with me in principle that Costa was very hypocritical.
Pewee.
When you answer this, do you agree with me, as I said today, that Costa was not only hypocritical, but
Pewee, let me say this to you. I don't work for Henry Costa. Henry Costa is.
We all commented, right? I'm asking you, do you agree with me?
And you answer a question?
Yes. Do you agree with me that he's very hypocritical?
Pewee.
You can't answer that question, Ben.
Come on, you're getting me. Susan, getting me a chance.
You asked me a specific question. I am very clear. What happened today was impactful. What happened today was a message that was sent. And if I am the president of Liberia, if I am an advisor to the president of Liberia, I will encourage him to listen to what happened today.
Excellent.
But let me state for the record. And I want you to listen to me clearly. We will continue to engage, and we will continue to have the conversations that we need to have.
No, listen, no, Ben, listen.
Ben is not answering your question.
Listen, I understand.
What do you want me to say?
Listen, I understand that we will continue to engage, and the engagement it's going to go on a bit. But my point to you tonight: do you agree with me in principle that our own Mayor Costa was very hypocritical today? To that his whatsoever thing. Do you agree with me in principle on that?
Are you? Okay, so you want me to answer now?
But if you don't want to answer, then we got to move on, man. They may want to be.
Yes or no.
Give the man chance. Let him answer the question. You're jumping all over the man.
He's not answering the question. He's dodging the question. That just yes or no. Do you agree that your friend Henry Costa is hypocritical?
No, the first question was, did he agree whether the protest was a failure? He said no.
Yes.
I've been very clear. The protest was impactful.
Okay, and I agree with you on that.
Word. But when I listen, hypocritical may not be my word, because let me tell you why hypocritical may not be my word.
Okay.
Every Liberian is entitled to his or her opinion.
No, Ben, then I disagree. That is unfortunate.
It's not progressing. Everybody.
So are you saying? Listen, when someone is doing the protest today, in the interest of John Paul, it's good. If it is David, there's that hypocrisy. It's just one of the scripted kind of a hypocrisy we have in our society, and we have to stop that. If it's our friend or our partner, we try to be more or less.
Answer your question. You asked me a specific question. You said, do you believe the protest was successful and impactful? I say yes. I'm also saying to you, Henry is entitled to his opinion as a Liberian. Look, we have to get to a point in the country where we respect the opinions of people, even if we disagree with them. Henry has an opinion. I may not agree with his opinion, but guess what? Opinions are like noses. We all have one. You are entitled to your opinion.
No, we brush up certain opinion. We believe it is via some hypocritical thing. We brush those things up. We had to move ahead, man.
Anyway,
we all have noses. Some noses are big, some are small, some are long.
Birthday to
you, Nyenwolo.
Happy birthday to you, Jesus Christ. I said,
bless you.
Okay.
May God bless you.
May
God
Happy
birthday
to you.
So how old?
And no,
How
that
old?
don't go there.
Oh, are you?
No, we need to know the age.
Listen, you might be full of trouble business
Is
here.
that is it close to
They
Joseph
say
Walker age?
everybody has a nose.
No,
I
62.
agree with him. Everybody has a nose. So no B,
62. That
no
game at
strong,
Jim,
so no
brother. 62.
long, so no short. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for hanging with us. It's 4 hours and 10 minutes since we've been here, and that's great. The people
Thank
love
you.
it.
Give me how the social space.
Let me just thank you guys. Thank you very much. I really do appreciate this. Thanks to TCA. I just had a question for Chairman Ben. My GPS is
Ben still there talking?
Ben, you still there?
I think we should leave
Ben,
Ben. The fact
my
that Ben
GPS
cannot
is telling me
answer
you
that
are
question.
Calabash or that navigational error. I just wanted to know that. But thank you very much, Susan. Susan, the political leader of the CMC is here. He was in Rhode Island today. I thought you were going to ask, but he's here in the States.
Yeah.
Okay, but all right. But thank you very much. I really appreciate the compliment. Thanks also some
No,
of the,
but listen, one motorcycle begin say they will go ahead and police by another car with the eye. They will tell the police that navigational error.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's been a blessing. It's been a blessing. Thank you very much.
They will run the car with the eye. The police report will say navigational error.
Mr. Nangwe.
53?
63. Sylvester was almost on the mark. Yes.
Mr. Nangwe.
Yes.
Mr. Nangwe. Mr. Jala say he uno son de stensa may dog bite you.
I'll be using GPS.
Ben still there?
Yeah.
I'm here.
Jimmy, you didn't answer my question.
I have to go get some
Ben,
breakfast.
Yes,
let me just give my parting closing and leave.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Don't worry. I know you want to bring your thing. That's why you're making all the noise when they call
Then at the end of the day, I know the stage that you're in right now, but I can say, you just said something right now that you had a conversation with the police RG today. The problem with Liberia is this whole friendship stuff that everybody just want to put out here. A lot of people do not want to be honest. And I'm quite disappointed in you that you could not even answer that common question that Mr. Pewee asked you. Yes, we're all entitled. That's my closing statement.
You're closing a question.
I'm not asking any question. I'm just saying what I have to say. All right?
Are you talking
Liberia will move forward because the thing here is people say I take politics really personal. Yes, I take it personal. If we have our people suffering and our leaders are not doing the right thing, I have to take it personal. I'm not in friendship mood here because once you become close to a particular person, it's hard for you to criticize that person. And that's exactly what Ben showed us right here. All right, that's exactly what he has done now. So, my Liberian people, just to conclude, I just want to say thank you to Malu and the rest of the organizers team. I see my auntie Pala here. She was the person that was raising funds and doing a lot of great things behind closed door. The protest today was successful, and we have more coming. And to Joseph Walker government, what you guys did today was just a little moderate to the protesters. It was like, okay, it means nothing. But mind you, the Liberian people, from what we saw today, the people are tired already. So thank you, Tomalin, Josh, and the rest of my wonderful people. I will see you guys tomorrow if you're coming on.
I'm going to close, right?
Yeah, go ahead and close.
Okay, let me close. So I want to thank my darling sister, Susan, for her fire, for her tenacity. And I don't know if she heard everything that I said. Me speaking to the IG, look, Susan, whether we like it or not, this is a small country. We know each other. We may disagree. We may have different opinions, but we are a small country. We speak to each other. And there's nothing wrong with that. The police IG know what I said to him today. I was very clear with him. I think it was important. I think they did a great job today. Apart from little isolated incidences, I think at the end of the day, I think today the protesters, led by my brother Moba Molu, who, by the way, I spoke to also, just for the record, he did an excellent job getting out there and letting the people know what the issues were, whatever the issues were. I will state again for the record, I think the protest was successful. I think people came out today, they explained, they spoke their mind, they sent a message to the president, they sent a message to the governors. But I will continue to say this. We will not relent in our effort to see democracy thrive and survive in this country. Mr. Nangbe, people who were before us fought for this day. They fought for this day because we all, at some point in time, we have understood what it means to be a citizen in a democracy. So I understand, I know Pewee was saying hypocritical. Like I said, the protests were successful. I commend Molu, I commend Stan, I commend all of the people who organized the protest today. It was peaceful. People went about their normal businesses. There were little inconveniences here and there, but that's democracy. And I will end on this note, Tommy, and I want to thank you for giving me the chance to speak because I'm not on the show and I called in. But I will say this. We have to be responsible and we have to be accommodating to each and every one of our opinions because that is what makes democracy works. I, Benjamin Sanvee, we will continue to do what we need to do. But I can tell you this, Liberia will always be here and Liberia will survive no matter who's in power, no matter who comes and who goes. This country will live and this country will thrive. So I want to thank you.
Let me take the time.
And Mr. Nangbe, I want to say happy birthday again today.
Let me take the time to quickly close. Don't want to go. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Chairman. Enjoy your holiday.
I understand clearly. Quickly.
By the way, I don't on holiday.
Quickly, I understand here that there's a space in the democracy.
Enjoy your Liberia trip.
There's a space in the democracy that
Susan, why you keep talking about all of your time? You feel cozy. You say you want to sleep. Why are you still here?
There's a space in the democracy that we have to listen to other people's opinion. But what I'm very increasingly disappointed is that when others today believe that they are pushing something, everyone should support them. It's just like the story about one trying to undermine someone when they are not successful today. And that's the point, Ben. I'm not that listen, I believe in the thought process about democratizing everyone's thought process and allowing everybody to come in with their opinion. And those opinions should be respected. But when we organize something today and everybody supports you, and tomorrow we saw a group of Liberians, and this is not about questioning like a dashman. No. This was meant for the people of Liberia. I thought when he organized the COP at the time when Liberian people rallied, now you will see, Ben, the amalgamation of forces at the time. It was very loud, and everybody supported him to come and try to undermine and do the kind of a deflection in the need of supporting a regime that is already underperforming in the country. It's struggling. And then you pretend to be an independent person, and you pretend to say you're out of politics. And where on the other side, you're trying to undermine the legacy of the Liberian people by coming to say, that was quite unfortunate. And that's part of the reason why I said that's a deep kind of a scripted hypocrisy and that we need to all denounce. Now, right? So I know, I'm not saying opinions of other people don't matter. Everybody in the country, the voices of every Liberian is very important and critical at this juncture. But we all should also rally behind other people. When you come and push your agenda, and the agenda is supported, it's about time that if you don't want to engage others when they're doing it, don't try to politicize and undermine it in the name of trying to seek some support from the ruling authority. It was quite unfortunate today. I respect that, and I stand by what I said. The protest was very successful today. It was great, and the organizers did a great job. And Article 1, as you said, power is inherent in the people, and they spoke out loudly today.
Thank you.
Right, so it's not time for demagogue. Those kind of a demagoguery attitude got to stop. It should stop immediately.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What is it? The voice of the people is the voice of God. Mr. Russell, you're closing.
Yeah, thanks. And
We're talking serious politics, talking about feedings. We're talking about national politics. You're coming with a petty way of looking at these feedings. We love the national politics and feeding. Feeding, y'all go to your social class and do that. We're talking national politics here.
Mr. Pewee, what was that word? Demographic?
Yeah, demographic. People trying to take themselves. Yeah, yeah. Go ahead, Chief. Go ahead.
All right. No, thanks to you all. It was great again seeing Mariah on here. She's definitely one of the young shining stars we have in our country. And I'd like to say, Mariah, keep up the good work. I mentioned earlier that not only do you talk, but you do the walking too as well. You are one of the very few folks who came to Minnesota and participated in our electoral process here by engaging in some very hectic retail politicking here. So I'd like to say thanks to you. Continue what you're doing. It is true what Benjamin Sanvee said. There were a lot of people who are looking up to you. You're inspiring a whole generation of young leaders. And I want to give you my heartfelt appreciation and blessings and all of that. And to you, Mr. Sanvee, you're out there having a wonderful time. I hope you accomplish all of what you set out to accomplish while you were there. It's great hearing your voice and be safe out there. And say hi to our mutual buddy there. I saw you guys doing your thing, but instead of giving Mariah a dry rice, you want to go and maybe want to give her take her to the Dumbo spot or look for the best GB spot around there. She from our neck of the woods now, so she appreciates that. I don't know, but any kind of what you call civilized dry rice. I don't know what that means, but but thank you. And my friend and brother, Mr. Nangbe, happy birthday to you and wishing you blessings and more blessings and more blessings and a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful time. You're a good man.
Thank you so kindly, Councilman. Thank you very much.
I really appreciate your wise counsel on the show here and your very level-headed and balanced analysis. So really, it's really good to always be on here with you. It was a great day in Liberia today, as we've been saying all along. I think there were winners all around. The government gave the protesters and the demonstrators their right to exercise their constitutional right. And the police was they were very professional. They've always been very professional because they were led by a very professional a man, and I think we can leave from here and celebrate that we did not have any mayhem, we did not have chaos in the country. We allow people to exercise their constitutional right to come out and and challenge the government and speak to the government and tell the government what they're not happy with, and hopefully the government is going to take that in. I'm sure this is a responsible government, so I have no doubt that they will take the information they received today and try to act upon it. So we have one country. I think we all love Liberia. No one, as they say, we always say, no one is more Liberian than the other. So Susan, I hope you're having a wonderful time down under, and have a great day, and a great day to all of our listeners and our viewers. So thanks to you all again. It's always a great opportunity and a privilege being here, hanging with you all, and while we opine on the issues. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We say here there's a book you need to buy, 2 books. Confection of an Economic Hitman. That was what Ms. Kamara wanted us to read. Confection of an Economic Hitman. And then I added one, The Corporate Elites, by C. Wright Mills, the renowned sociologist from the Columbia of all universities. See right males, the corporate elites. If you want to know who runs government, how government are run, you need to read those 2 books. Chief, we are all done. Can you take us out?
Thank you, everybody. We appreciate you. Today was a great day in Liberia. I believe democracy was thrived. Today is true, and it was a successful protest. It sends a strong message to the government. I hope the government take key of this message and act accordingly. The message was clear, and I'm happy that people in the government saying that they must listen to the protesters. They've said something today. The action today means a whole lot. To see people come out in that amount of numbers, don't take it for granted. The next time it will be spontaneous, and you will not know well how it will end. So I pray the government take control of it. Again, I want to say thank you to everyone. And let's go to tomorrow. But God bless everybody. Good night, people.
Yeah, quickly, before we go, Susan, so if you want, maybe you are just over the wall. If you want to go check it so you can find it for yourself. Louisa, it's DEMA GOGUER.
Demogorgon.
Yeah, so go ahead check it out for yourself. You'll know what I was trying to say.
BE.
It's DEMAGOGUERY.
Wow. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, so fun as well. So see the
Come what May 2029, I'll be part of the winning team. I don't care what you say. I might be part of the winning team. Can't wait me.
The chairman, sorry, representativeness is in America, so now my heart certified Mr. Pewee.
Your heart certified, huh?
All right, guys.
Okay.
Bye-bye.